What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, September 1st, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the autopsy of Texas football's Week 1 loss to Ohio State. What went wrong for the Longhorns in Columbus? And are there any positive takeaways from the game? We will dive into everything from Saturday, plus a recap of Week 1 of the college football season, which actually wraps up tonight. Bill Belichick will make his North Carolina debut later this evening against TCU, but the Buck and I will talk about all of the action from the busy holiday weekend. Of course, the NFL kicks off later this week. The Dallas Cowboys in Philadelphia on Thursday to open up their 2025 season. And we'll have some fun, some pretty hilarious moments, too, from Week 1 of college football. We've got some videos for the people as well. So a lot to dive into. It'll be a football-heavy Labor Day edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone had or is having a fantastic holiday weekend. We appreciate you all starting your Mondays off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm fabulous. What a nice day of rain yesterday for me. Some showers out this way in Dripping Springs. Even Saturday, a little bit of showers, and possibly some this afternoon, which is okay as long as it cools it down. Because, boy, Saturday and even Sunday afternoon was just steaming hot out this way. After the rain, it got really humid. But you know what? I got some on the yard, got some rain on the streets. It's nice. It's nice. It was a nice Sunday. It was kind of disappointing Saturday after watching that game. It was hard. I saw a lot of things I didn't expect. Some things I did, but a lot I did not expect out of that game. But, you know, that's the way it goes. That's what game ones are all about. That's why you have other games to play.
Yeah, that's the good news, right? That's the silver lining for Texas fans is, well, your season is not over. Be thankful the expanded playoff exists. You know, back in the day, you would lose one game and your season could be done. And nowadays, the team that you just lost to, Ohio State, they lost twice in the 2024 regular season and ended up winning the national championship. Now, those conversations might feel a little ludicrous after what we saw from the Longhorns a couple of days ago. But the good news is nowadays in this sport, you have time to right your wrongs and fix some issues. And that's obviously the goal for Texas moving forward over these last 11 games.
Yeah, the two teams that played on Saturday will both get better. Ohio State will get even better than what they were, how they played, because they only scored 14 points. Texas has to get better. They only scored 7. But their quarterback play, their coaching has to get better. You know, their receivers getting off of people to get in the routes. But, you know, there's a couple things we found out about Arch Manning pretty quickly, BK. It really was that we'll talk about. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. We appreciate you, appreciate your family sharing you with all of us on this Labor Day, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, plenty to dive into from Saturday's game. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's post-game press conference as well. But obviously, Texas comes up short against Ohio State in Columbus, 14-7, the final score. And Buck, the Longhorns did a lot of things right. Like, if you would have told me going into kickoff that Texas was going to hold Ohio State to 14 points and Texas was going to run for 166 yards while holding Ohio State to just 89 yards rushing.
Yeah, that would be a double-digit win.
Yeah, and Texas was only going to allow 1 sack and 1 TFL in the entire game. Like, all of those things combined, if you would have told me that one of those things would have happened, I would have felt good about Texas's chances. But all 3 of those things, then you're right. I would have said this is a comfortable multi-score Texas win. But the passing offense and the situational offense and some of the penalties, they were all so bad that they completely mitigated all of the good that Texas did.
Well, the things that you have to win a championship and play in a championship game came into play. I mean, you know, the 3 things I learned about Arch Manning is Right now, he's a better runner than he is a passer. If he's looking at a receiver, it's you know it, I know it, and the American people know where the ball is going. And his footwork is just average to below average early in the season. I don't know what happened to him being great footwork, but I thought I saw Quinn Ewers out there in the pocket at times.
Yeah, well, I think the two biggest negatives from Saturday's performance are the two highest paid people in the Texas football program, right?
Sure.
I think it's pretty safe to say that the two highest earners within the Longhorn program in 2025 are Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning, right? Sark with the giant $10 million plus contract that he has from the university, and Arch with all of the NIL deals that he's been able to ink. I mean, we saw 4 or 5 TV commercials with that dude, like in the first half of that game on Saturday. Those two guys just weren't good enough, and they both admitted it in their post-game press conferences. But yeah, I mean, some of the same problems that have plagued the Steve Sarkisian offense in the last couple of seasons reared their ugly heads. And then Arch Manning just, he wasn't good enough. He was inaccurate, way too inaccurate. His footwork was off. He looked rushed. He looked nervous. Obviously, a lot of that you got to credit to Ohio State. Matt Patricia came up with a great game plan that confused Arch Manning. Ohio State has so much talent on that defense, right? I mean, they're Ohio State. They're always good, defending champs, preseason top 3. Like, we knew it would be a challenge, and it was a challenge. Like, they made life pretty miserable for the head coach / offensive play caller and the quarterback pretty much all game long.
Yeah, they put a lot. They put a lot on the quarterback. I thought they put way too much on the quarterback. If you're having the success they had, 166 yards rushing, why are you even throwing it that much? And if it's going to be a team's going to only score 14, you should have got 14 just in the rush game alone. I just didn't. I thought they were over. Well, I mean, and the guy had guys open. I mean, there was a couple passes that thrown into the ground behind guys. He rushed things. He looked right at the receiver he was throwing to. I mean, I think the one ball was intercepted. You could have come across and intercepted that. It took so long to get there all the way across the field. That ball, nobody's getting that ball there. There's nobody throwing that ball across.
That Wingo was open on that corner route, and Arch was a little late, and the ball was 5 yards underthrown. Like, if he throws that to the sideline, Wingo had a step on the Ohio State defensive back, but the throw was so bad, it just floated in the air for a long time. That you're right. Like, with that exact throw, any of us could have intercepted that. But like, that wasn't a bad read. It was one of many, way too many inaccurate passes from Arch Manning on Saturday. And that's just not what we expected. I know we hadn't seen a ton from him, and I know that we didn't know exactly what we were going to get from Arch Manning, but like, look at the way he looked last year, obviously against weaker competition and getting to play at home. Those things clearly make a difference.
And coming off the bench.
No, well, the 2 games he started too, Buck.
Yeah,
like, I mean, the games he started, he had more zip on his balls. He wasn't throwing sidearm a bunch last year. His footwork looked better. Like, I don't know what happened. Again, it's just one game. He's got time to figure it out, but he looked like he regressed from what we saw from him last season.
No doubt. I mean, the competition is a little bit different, but yeah, he looked stiff to me. Now, when he ran the ball, he looked very comfortable running the football. Like I said, he looked like a much better runner than he did, obviously, as a passer in that game. And, we don't want him to run it, but hell, they're going to need to find ways for him to run it, except for the quarterback sneak, which they almost broke the center's neck. I mean, it's like the head coach didn't learn anything from the first time playing this group. I know there's a new defensive coordinator, but there was no wrinkles in there. There was no motion at first. I'm like, where's all the motion in this offense? I mean, I know, or are they trying to simplify it for the quarterback?
Yeah, it felt that way, right? It felt pretty vanilla. And you heard Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt on the TV broadcast talking about that a lot. It's like, where's the creative Steve Sarkisian?
They didn't move anybody on the defense. They just lined up, and the defense just lined up and said, oh, okay. There's no motion. There's no tight end. There's nobody going in motion. The only time they did anything really was when Wingo gets the ball on the reverse, which you might as well start putting that as part of your game plan in at least 2 or 3 times a game to get that guy going.
Yeah, that was a solid reverse 8-yard run from Ryan Wingo there. I mean, the Texas offense, it was bad. There are so many numbers that tell the story, and obviously you don't need the numbers. If you just watch the game, the eye test tells you everything that you need to know. Texas was held without a point for the first 3 quarters of this football game. Buck, that's the first time since 2014 that Texas has gone 45 minutes without scoring a point. That's Charlie Strong era Texas football.
Well, I didn't see anything that felt like offense until about the 9 minutes left in the third quarter. I was like, "Oh my god, they finally got a little bit of rhythm going." But I thought they had nice rhythm with the run. I just thought maybe it was just too boring for Sark. He himself needed to let his quarterback do something. I'm like, "Dude, go ahead and run the ball." And
Well,
I thought that Trey Wisner was looking like the Trey Wisner, and I saw they were trying to get C.J. Baxter. I know they wanted to get this rhythm going with him. He got 10 carries. To me, he got 5 too many, in that game. I think they should have given 5 more to Trey Wisner and given him opportunities to run the ball. I mean, I thought he looked like the same dude. I thought he was going to be really good. And as you said, if I was looking for 130 to 140 yards. You get 166, you're not supposed to lose that game.
No, you're not. And
No.
the problem was, I mean, everything was bad in the first half, right? Like Texas ran it 16 times for 53 yards in the first half. That's about 3.3 yards a carry, which is actually a step up from what you did against them in the Cotton Bowl. But still, it's not one of those where it was like, the running game was clearly working super well early on, and why are you going away from it? It's just they had nothing going in the first half at all. But they had 4 first downs in the entire first half, 79 total yards, 4 first downs, and they averaged 3 yards a play as a team. Like you can't have that happen for a whole half of football against a team like that and expect to win. And they got in some rhythm in the second half. And obviously this is, we could start to transition the conversation into the red zone struggles because we saw that in the second half. But in the first half, they weren't even close. And the 1 or 2 times where you felt like maybe they had a drive going, they had a stupid penalty that killed it.
Well, a team when I said on Saturday that I thought they were mentally prepared, no, they're not. That's not a mentally prepared team because they keep continuing to do the same thing. 3 penalties, illegal procedures. That's not a mentally strong team. I don't care who the line coach is, the head coach. That's not mentally prepared. These kind of games right here, you can't do it. I said, you can get 2 of those, but anything after 2 is going to be a problem. They only had 5 penalties total.
6 penalties for 50 yards, which it's not horrible, but yeah, Ohio State, they had 2 for 15. Yeah, they were the more disciplined team. They were the better coach team, and they were better on Saturday. It's that simple. So, all right, a lot to dive into. We'll take your thoughts. Our resident Ohio State fan, Tyler, is in the chat stirring it up. Tyler, congratulations. Keep it nice, though. We'll let you talk your talk for a little bit. You've earned this. I'm sure a few more Buckeyes will come in and say their words today, but let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian here. Plenty of Sark sound to get into. We will start with the end of his opening statement. Kind of a positive spin. Sark tried to keep a relatively positive tone after the game. And again, you understand it because it's one of 12, hopefully one of more than 12. But here was Coach Sark post-game Saturday afternoon.
This is the first game of a season, of a long season. And I sat at SEC Media Days and said, I think the days of a national champion being undefeated are over, especially when you play in games like this and you play in the conference we play in. So we've got an opportunity here over the next month to really clean some things up and to get ourselves in a great frame of mind to get ready for SEC play. I thought for the most part we handled this environment really well for a first game with a lot of new faces. I was proud of some guys who was their first time in real action, doing some good things for us. But we'll get better. We've got a good football team. That's a good football team he played today. We'll get better, and we'll be okay.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you'll get better. You got to get better.
Yeah. He has to.
You got to get better. You had a couple months to get better because you saw the same exact team. Maybe you didn't see the same defensive coordinator, but basically they were running the same scheme. And there was a couple individual disguises that they had, but dude, you got to get better.
Well,
you can throw your stats at Chip all you want about scoring zone and all that other stuff. You need to call better plays.
Here's the thing with Steve Sarkisian, and here's the reality, and it's a harsh reality for him, and it's a harsh reality for Texas football fans who are hoping their team can win a national championship. Steve Sarkisian, in his head coaching career, is now 2-12 against top 5 opponents all time. At Texas, he is 1-6, and he's lost 5 straight. His last win was the win at Alabama in 2023, and that was a great win. We're all happy that one went down, but it's 5 straight top 5 losses for Texas. Washington in the college football playoff 2 years ago, both Georgia games last year, the Ohio State Cotton Bowl in January, and then obviously Saturday's game against Ohio State. So Steve Sarkisian's done so much right at Texas for sure, and he keeps getting the Longhorns in positions to get close to national championships, but it's something we've all talked about. It's obvious, like to win a national title, to get over the semifinal hump that Texas has gotten to in each of the last 2 years, you've got to beat top 5 teams. And Steve Sarkisian, forget a consistent ability. You know what? He has shown a consistent ability to get out coached and to have his teams lose in those games. That's what's consistent right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And it makes me, and now I'm thinking they had maybe one successful day against their own defense during the two, the date he said it was our day, this was our day. I think that may have been the only day they had, BK. They didn't have numerous days against their own defense. That defense punched them in the mouth all summer long, I got a feeling. And they had one day where somebody may have been sick or not feeling good on the defense, that they may have had some success, because it just, that offense, the timing and the play calling and situational offense was bad. Guys jumping the gun again 3 times. You just can't, you can't have that if you're trying to win a game like that.
Well, I think,
and as I said, the other team scored 14 points. It wasn't like they scored 30. They didn't light it on fire. Texas is at the bottom of the pit, even in the SEC, obviously, in scoring. They're not going to win the scoring championship. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Because the SEC lit everybody up. They didn't play great teams, but the teams that won lit people up this weekend. So you got to find ways to score in the scoring zone. You got to rely on, I think that offensive line is good enough right now. You just got to get the quarterback so he doesn't feel as jittery. He's going to be nervous in his first game. As cool and calm as we think that kid is, that's his first start into that place. Yeah. That's got to be hard. There's a lot of pressure on him. But he didn't play well. He just looked different. He looked different. Like you said, there's way too much sidearm. I thought Quinn Ewers was in the pot. I said, what are these sidearm throws? He's tall enough to throw it right over the top, and he's flinging it sidearm. It just was out of character, it looked like.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is the perfect comment from GOJ or Goj. Not sure how to pronounce that, but Texas won the box score. And you're right. Texas outgained Ohio State in this game. How about 336 to 203, Buck?
Yeah.
Texas outgained Ohio State by more than 130 yards. Again, they ran the ball significantly better. Arch Manning, despite his struggles, actually threw the ball for more yards than Julian Sayin did. Texas was better on third down than Ohio State was. Like, there are plenty of things that you could point to in the box score that say Texas should have won this football game. But as GOJ says, the biggest moments in the red zone, late in the game, Ohio State stepped up and made the plays that they needed to make, and Texas didn't. It's that simple.
Once again, that's what I'm saying, Coach, you got to learn, once again, at one of the biggest moments on a fourth down, a defensive end who was the same, different number, same dude on the outside comes clean. Nobody lays a glove on him. He gets a running start. Your quarterback's rolling, and thank goodness the quarterback, well, it would have been better if he was rolling to his face, because he would have saw him, because he had been right in his face on the second step. But he's rolling away, and your tackle, who has no threat inside, steps inside, and the guy on the outside comes clean.
What play are you talking about here?
Number 11, the fourth down play.
Oh, you're talking – okay, not a red zone play. You're talking about the last offensive possession of the game.
But you need to get a first down. Yeah, he comes clean. It's the same. It's the same. It was the same thing that Jumpin' Jack Sawyer did to him, coming clean off the backside. I'm like, why is the tackle stepping down? There's nobody inside of him. There's no threat.
Yeah. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for Texas. And again, that's the situational football right there that we're talking about. I did say Texas was better on third down than Ohio State. They weren't great. They were 5 of 14, but on fourth down, the Longhorns were 1 of 5 in the game. Obviously, some of the biggest plays, including that one, that ended the game, was a 4th down failure. And then, of course, the 4th and goal, and then the other 4th down and 3 from inside the red zone. Like, those are monumental plays. And you're not going to win those every single time, but it'd be nice to win those more often.
How many 4th downs did they have? Did they have 5? Did they have one where they try one at the 40-some yard liner?
Yes.
One of those where I thought they should have punted the ball and let your defense go play. Your punter was especially your punter was okay. Go ahead and pin them down and let your defense play.
Well, Texas actually went for it twice on the first possession of the game. The first one was the QB sneak that they got, and then the second one was the 4th down in Ohio State territory where they shotgun handed it off to, I think, C.J. Baxter, and he got stuffed a little short.
Shotgun from a standstill position. Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah, that still doesn't make much sense to me. They were under center a few times on Saturday, which was good to see, and I hope we see more of that going forward. But, yeah, I would have liked in that type of situation to have, if you are going to run it up the gut, maybe give your running back a little momentum coming downhill versus starting him at a standstill from the shotgun right next to the quarterback. But yeah, situational football, man, like it's got to get better in games like this. It's not going to cost you the next 3 weeks. It's not going to cost you against Kentucky or Mississippi State or maybe even A&M. But against teams like this, there's going to be some big moments where you've got to step up and make something happen. And we didn't see it in January. Texas had 232 days between that game and this game to right some wrongs and correct some things. And too much of what we saw at the Cotton Bowl showed up on Saturday. And now we're going to have to wait until October to really see what this team does in big spots. At least I hope. There better not be any big spots in these next 3 games. But now, you got to play the waiting game to see if Texas has really cleaned some things up against good competition.
Yeah, if you're a real fan, you are going to care because, we talked about at pregame that nobody will care about the next 3 weeks. No, you need to care. You need to see some guys improve. And there are a number of guys that need to improve. The defense is going to get much better. I think those, like I said, those guys I thought they did a good job against the run. The pass defense, I was waiting to see. I know they were quick drops and getting rid of the ball, but I need to see more pressure from a group that's got a bunch of pressure guys. I didn't see enough pressure. I don't care if they take 1-step drop. Somebody's got to be in those dudes' faces.
Yeah, it's really hard to be critical for the defense, and I do think you've said it. Like Ryan Day and Brian Hartline, it was clear that their game plan was, let's not let Julian Sayin beat us. Like, let's get the ball out of his hands quick. Let's try to rely on the running game. Let's, get the ball in Jeremiah Smith's hands near the line.
And then let's watch their young quarterback, and then let's watch Texas' young quarterback make the mistakes.
Yeah, I guess it worked. Like they were kind of relying on their defense. I'm sure Ohio State wishes they ran the ball a little bit more effectively. Like I don't think Buckeye fans, they're happy with the win. You take any win that you could get. But I don't think they're like, our offense is a finished product. There's clearly some things that they've got to work on that side of the football. But it was clear they were not going to let Julian Sayin make those costly mistakes. So they got the ball out of his hands very quickly, and that negated a very good Texas pass rush. The one thing, if you are going to be critical for the Texas defense, I thought the Texas defense had like 2 or 3 bad plays, right? The Colin Simmons hands to the face penalty on a 3rd down where, Texas got off the field. It should have been a punt, and instead you keep the drive alive, and the Buckeyes scored their first touchdown later in that possession. That was bad. Obviously, the Carnell Tate touchdown where Jalen Gilbo gets beat, I thought he recovered pretty well. It was a hell of a catch. It was a double catch by Carnell Tate. Gilbo got back there in time to make a play on the football, and the ball actually got tipped up, and Tate, 5-star, those guys are on scholarship too. But the one sort of thing for me that I wish I saw from the Texas defense, they didn't force the turnover. Now, they did get a turnover on downs, and of course the Texas offense did nothing with it, but they didn't, when your offense is struggling as much as Texas's was, obviously if you can get an interception with the big return or a fumble, best case scenario is a defensive score, then that would have helped. They couldn't get a takeaway in the game.
The deal is still, it's about the offense. It's about, turning around from the shotgun and handing it off to a guy who's back there deep with you with no momentum and not running any motions or any traps or pretending to trap a guy and slide your tight end who caught 5 balls, which was okay. he still needs to catch about 8 balls in the game because he's pretty good.
Yep.
But that guy down the goal line, you need to fake him as a blocker, slide him out, give the quarterback an opportunity to throw to guys like that. But to just turn around and hand it off with any emotion, your offensive line is okay. They're not going to roll people over. I never thought that. I just said, just don't miss anybody, Just don't let any guys come clean. And for the most part, 166 yards tells me there wasn't a lot of guys that just came clean on the running backs. That was a good showing.
I think Ohio State, I think Matt Patricia executed his game plan to a T. I think Ohio State was very comfortable giving up yards in between the 20s. Like they kind of did what I thought they would do, to where they kept 2 safeties back. Like, they did not let Texas beat them with the downfield passing game. They did not want to give up explosive plays. They were, having lighter boxes, right? Like, they were comfortable keeping things in front of them. Hey, Texas, you want these 4 yards on this carry? Fine, you can have them. You want 3 yards on this carry? Fine, you can have them. They weren't going to give up those explosive plays in the passing game. And then once it got in the 20s, they're like, okay, here's where we bow up. Like, you're not getting any more now. We'll let you get to the red zone. That's great. That's cute. But we're going to bow up here because we were the best red zone defense in the country last year. And we saw you guys struggle against us and against everybody else. So we are confident that we are going to be able to stop you.
Yeah, we're pretty confident that your coach doesn't have any plays that he can call that are going to do anything to us.
Yeah, maybe that's a part of it. So like Matt Patricia, we didn't know what to expect from Matt Patricia. He hasn't been a defensive coordinator in a long time, hasn't been a college coach in more than 2 decades. I think that was kind of confusing to Steve Sarkisian, right? It's hard to game plan for a guy you don't really know anything about. But that was, to me, what Ohio State was trying to do. The bend, don't break. And they bent a little bit. Again, they gave up some yards, but obviously they didn't break. They gave up 7 points.
Yeah, I mean, and in a game like that, you had to have some of your stars have to play. And, the defensive back at Texas, the freshman, he's going to be a star. He was good. I thought, is it Littleton? He's a pretty good player. He was all over, huh?
Yeah.
He was everywhere. That dude was everywhere. He really played. He played loose. He reminded me of Makuba back there. He just played the game. It looks like he just understands. He understands, the football part of it. But some of your stars were just kind of okay, and they got to really stand out.
There were plenty of individual standouts from this game, obviously, especially on defense. I'll be honest, the best player on the field for either team was Jack Bomeister, the punter. Like,
yes.
I hope we're not going back to the era of Texas football where the punter's the best player, like it was when Michael Dixon was here winning Texas Bowl MVP in, 2017, I think. I don't want this team to be anything close to that team, but Jack Bomeister was really, really good. Like, tip of the cap. I know the punter's not going to move the needle a lot, but that guy, I mean, he had a couple of 50-plus yarders. He pinned Ohio State inside the 23 times. I think he pinned him inside the 10 twice.
Yeah, that's why I say some of these going for it on 4th and 2s and stuff. Let your defense get out there and let them try to make them, have them make a mistake. Let that guy punt them inside the 10 and let your defense go to work instead of giving them good field position on all these go for it on fourth down deals. I'm not a big.
I think three of the 5, I think they had to go for, right? The 2 in the red zone and then the last 4th down of the game. Like, you have to go for those 4th downs, I think. And then the first 2 were on the first drive of the game. Your first one, you're at your own 34-yard line and you're a half yard away, maybe a third of a yard away, and you got that one. And then the second one, you're on the plus side of midfield. You hadn't seen your punter yet because, again, it was the first possession of the game. I didn't have much of a problem with Texas rolling the dice there. I didn't love the play call. Obviously, the execution wasn't good enough, but I thought the punter punted the correct amount of times. I thought he was really good when he was out there. But he's a weapon. Like, that's good. That's going to help. It should have helped you on Saturday. You were able to flip the field a lot. He helped you in the field position battle. But, I don't know. I like you and I disagree on that, I guess. I was comfortable with Sark going for it.
I'm going to put the best part of my football team is my defense. I'm going to put them. I'm not trying to gather momentum for my offense. I'd rather put my defense and try to have them make some mistakes too. I still trust in that defense. I think they were good. Only give up 14 points. I thought they were good. Offense is just. I'm not trusting Sark to make a call that's going to get anything done in those situations. Those fourth down, those goal line. You can't. I mean, just a couple months ago, I mean, it looks like the same thing. I mean, what have you learned? And my talk about Neil Brown, what he brings to the table, nothing. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, that guy's an analyst. Like, I'm sure he gets.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Things.
That's in my mind. I thought maybe he's going to help on some short yardage. Let's maneuver some guys around, flip some tight ends, do some traps. I'm wrong. He's just there. Nice analyst.
Right. Yeah. This falls on Steve Sarkisian. Obviously, there's an entire offensive coaching staff, and they're all a part of putting together the game plan every weekend. But, Sark.
When he raises his hand, somebody says, "Put your hand down."
Yeah. Sark obviously is the final say, and he calls the plays for Texas. And that's a storyline that's worth diving into maybe later in the show or later in the week about, if Steve Sarkisian calling plays is the best option for this Texas offense going forward. That's something we'll dive into. We've got more individual standouts. We're kind of all over the place. There's so many different ways to attack this game. But obviously Texas comes up short in the season opener, 14-7, the final score. We'll get back into this. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian's post-game press conference in a moment. But before we dive back in to Texas football, we got to give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
So our friends over at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking out specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, folks, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. For more information, they are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more info, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They leave me alone or sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Folks, and our good friends over at Daymaker Half Day Cafe. If you need that hangover enchilada, today's the day to go over and get yourself a hangover enchilada, of course, over there with a classic buttermilk stack that they have. Me, fork and knife cinnamon roll for me today. You were there for lunch. How was lunch?
That was fantastic. Got me a smash burger.
Oh, how was that smash burger? Does that got the works on it?
It was one of the best burgers that I've had in this city. I'm not even kidding. I thought it was going to be good. I had heard some good things about it. But I took the first bite and I'm like, is this legal? Like, is there crack in here? What's going on?
Good job.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, and for those that are thinking about getting their drink on today after a long weekend, you might as well start over there at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe because they've got your mimosas. They got whatever you need. And as BK said, you can have your smash burger at 7 a.m. if you like. Wonderful place for breakfast and lunch. They're open from 7 to 3 daily. But go on in and find out how to have a great meal. And they do have some great meals. They really do there. I'm going to go over there today and have that cinnamon. Yes, I'm going to have that big old cinnamon roll, my knife and fork cinnamon roll.
There you go.
They at Daymaker Cafe, Half Day Cafe. Love the folks there.
And I'm drowning my sorrows in a little classic grape OLIPOP today. Shout out to OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The classic grape, one of 19 different flavors to choose from. I know it's the Bucks' favorite. It's one of my favorites as well. This stuff is my favorite. It's the only soda I drink because it's actually good for me. Unlike every other soda that's out there that you know is terrible for you, this stuff has ingredients that supports good digestive health. How about this? 0 fat, just 4 grams of sugar in this entire can, plus 9 grams of fiber and a bunch of other ingredients that support your gut health. OLIPOP's easy to find. Any grocery store, they're selling them at convenience stores. They're selling them at Starbucks now. Get you some OLIPOP.
Nice.
All right. And shout out to Naaman for the super chat, $4.99. Thank you very much. He says, BK, let's be honest. Sark hasn't beaten a team with equal talent in 5 years, 0-6 against Georgia, Washington, and Ohio State. I would push back and say that Alabama team 2 years ago absolutely had equal talent. I mean, that team ended up making it to the college football playoff that year. I know after Texas won that game in Tuscaloosa, everyone buried them and said, oh, Bama's down, and that win for Texas isn't all that great. That team was really freaking good in Nick Saban's final year. But again, I mean, the rest of the comments not wrong. Steve Sarkisian has lost 5 straight games against top 5 teams, and he is 1-6 at Texas against top 5 teams. So Texas is a top 5 team. Like, they're right there in terms of talent, in terms of just about everything. But like, to win championships, whether it's your conference or a national, you have to beat the best teams. And right now, your coach is not doing that.
No.
So it's got to get better.
It does. And, you know, and one of the guys that has to get better is Wingo has to get better. He comes out of his breaks not as good as can be, BK. He's going to be a work in progress for another year. He's one of those kids that, you know, will figure it out later on. He's not a superstar wide receiver like some of these kids out throughout the nation, I don't believe.
I think it's too early to tell on right. Like,
you do?
I don't know. I mean, he made some things happen. He only had 2 catches, but they were for 35 yards. He had that nice 8-yard. Like, he might not be the best route runner. I don't think he's
not a great route runner.
But you get the ball in his hands, I think he makes things happen. And problem is Texas just didn't get the ball in his hands enough.
Oh, hell, the crossing when the one that was behind him, that guy would still be running. He would have run around whoever was on the outside, and the guy who was behind him would have never caught up to him. Yeah. Once he has it in his hands, he's fine, but he's got to run a little bit more crisp. He's just got to have a better understanding, and he doesn't. Like last year, like you said, he didn't get a lot of, you know, those other guys got playing time. They played. He had his first 3 guys that he loved, and Wingo didn't get a lot of that time. And just playing catchy catch isn't enough when you get into the games, and you have to know when to sit down in the zone, when to keep coming. You know, they've got to get more on page on that. But if the quarterback was just off, he was throwing the ball behind the guys low, you know.
Yeah. And to your point about
DeAndre Moore, we barely know you. You know, we hardly even know you. Caught 2 passes for 6 yards, and he's your slot guy. They got, you know, those things have to be fixed if you're going to pass the ball in this type of offense.
Yeah, you know, on Ryan Wingo, like, you also credit Ohio State. I mean, that's an elite secondary. That's the strength of their defense, maybe the strength of their entire football team, and they're loaded on the back end. So some of it you give credit to them as well. But like, let's deep dive into Arch right now, because that's the perfect transition. Because I am not ready to close the book on this Texas wide receiver room and say that, oh, they should have gone out and brought in more transfers, or, oh, these guys aren't good enough to compete.
Well, I'm not saying they're not good enough, but I see what that's happened over the last 2 years when they did go out. I know they went and got Mosley, and he didn't get a chance to play. Maybe he is that guy, but let's not forget when they went out and what they've done over the last 2 years.
Right.
And, you know,
well, here's the reality of the situation here about Arch Manning. He threw 30 passes in the game on Saturday. 11 of those 30 were characterized as off target. That's not my opinion. That's some sort of stat that somebody keeps out there. It's a new age analytical number. 11 of Arch Manning's 30 passes were off target. That's 37% off target percentage. Buck, that's the lowest by a Texas quarterback in a single game in 10 years. Think about how many bad quarterback performances we've seen around here. That predates Sam Ehlinger. It's not just like the Quinn Ewers and Sam Ehlinger eras where Texas had pretty good quarterback play. That goes back to some of the bad that Texas had. Like, that was horrible. The worst quarterback performance in terms of accuracy by a Longhorn quarterback in a decade was Arch Manning on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, even if the guys were wide open, he would have missed them the way it looked.
That's the thing. Like, there were opportunities. The first play of the game, Buck, the very first play of the game, it was a perfect play call by Steve Sarkisian. And DeAndre Moore ran a perfect route, and he got wide open, and it almost looked like it was a coverage breakdown with Ohio State. That's how open DeAndre Moore was. And maybe this was one of those signature Steve Sarkisian scheming a guy open, and boom, he's doing it on the first play of the game, and it's going to turn into a 20 to 25-yard pass play, and we're starting this drive with an easy first down, and we're moving the chains, and we're going to score it. Arch Manning short-armed it. He wasn't even close. that was like a microcosm of the entire day for Arch Manning. Like there was no one within 5 yards of DeAndre Moore. And Buck, the ball was thrown so poorly. I was like, it had to be tipped. Like someone had to have tipped that ball. There's no way that was a clean throw. No.
Arch Manning like had passes. Yeah. He threw some bounce passes. Yeah.
So like, and that wasn't the only example of that happening, right? Some of those mesh routes, those crossing routes, like you said it, right? They're at the receiver's feet. He's throwing fastballs at their feet.
Dude, he was throwing fastballs. He threw a couple fastballs across the middle. Like, can you put just a little bit of touch? Your receiver's about 4 or 5 yards away from you. He's got a guy on him. Just put it out in front just a little bit. But you can't fire those things, and it's on the back hip. It's hard to get those.
That's like Arch, as the game progressed, in the second half, he made some really good throws and he made some difficult throws, but the easy ones, even in the second half when he started playing better, the easy throws, it was so weird to see he couldn't make them. So look, I am not absolving Steve Sarkisian of the blame here. We've criticized him to this point in the show, and we've got more to say about him, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to scheme up an offense when your quarterback cannot hit easy throws right in front of him. Like he was nervous, and it's understandable. I say don't close the book on the Texas receivers. Don't close it on Arch either. Like the amount of pressure.
He was nervous. There was no doubt. Like I said, he was puckered up. The head coach looked puckered up.
The amount of pressure, I can't even imagine. Talking about a 20-year-old kid with all that's been said about him over the last few months. I'm sure he tries to tune it out as much as he can, but there's only so much you could do in 2025. That stuff is going to find you. He just looked nervous. He looked panicked. He looked rushed. His mechanics were off. His footwork wasn't there. He just, Sark tried to give him an easy throw on the first play of the game, and he tried a couple of easy things to okay, how can we get him into a rhythm? And he didn't get into a rhythm until it was too late.
Yeah, I mean, he had some simple throws early. I mean, some pretty simple throws, and the runs were good enough to get him loosened up. The play act. I just think if they're probably going to have to go more play action stuff and under the center, with the kind of running game that they have. Because as I said, I thought I know people are going to say I know they were trying to they wanted Cedric Baxter. They've been wanting him to be the guy, but I just think you'd still got to trust in Trey Wisner. And I mean, if you have to put two backs in the backfield, make Cedric Baxter your fullback type of guy, where you can slide him out and do some things to help out your quarterback, even in the pass game for that, with two backs in the backfield every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. A little 21 personnel, get two backs out there. I don't know if I want CJ Baxter being a lead blocker a bunch coming off of a torn up knee. I don't know if that's the best use of him. But putting those guys on the field, I think I'm okay with. But yeah, the first half, Buck, back to Arch Manning. We'll play some Steve Sarkisian sound here in a moment, talking about his quarterback. 5 for 10, 26 yards passing the entire first half. Also had 5 carries for 13 yards. It honestly felt like, and I know it was a joke that was surfacing on social media over the weekend, it felt like he was in more commercials than he had completions in the first 30 minutes of that football game.
Yeah, and as I said, I thought he was such a much better runner than he – I mean, my thought is right now he's a better runner than he is a passer. I mean, that showed on Saturday, obviously. He looked pretty calm. When he started running the ball, he looked pretty fluid. I mean, the quarterback sneak was just garbage. That was just such a – I mean, that just looked like it was coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, my God, he's under center. He's not going to hand this ball off. They're going to try to make this offensive line against that defensive line, which is, I've seen that before. And then when I saw the center's neck come sliding back up into Arch's face, I was like, oh my God, he broke the center's neck already.
Well, let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian. We've got a couple of cuts from Sark talking about Arch, including one about that 4th and goal play call, the QB sneak, tush push, whatever the hell it was supposed to be. We'll let Sark try to explain that in a moment. But here's the first one. Steve Sarkisian just talking about Arch Manning's day in general.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I do think he settled into playing, I think part of it sometimes when he gets, hit a couple times, it helps him. He's one of those kind of guys, and so I think we learned a little bit that way of maybe, incorporating a little more of his run stuff earlier in the game where we waited a little bit into the second half. I think when that happened, I felt like he started really playing, and we saw some real flashes and glimpses of the type of player that he's going to become here. He's going to watch the tape and say, "Man, I wish this, I wish that." That's the life of a competitor. But I think there's a lot to hold on to of what the future is going to look like for Arch Manning here. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, it's his first game. You don't have a choice, Coach. You've done this for 2 years. He sat around for 2 years. Yeah, the life of him, he's better. He has to get better, which means you have to get better.
There's not a lot of excitement from Arch Manning's performance on Saturday.
No,
what gets you excited is what you saw from him last year and the talent that that he's got. Like that's what has you excited that Arch is going to be really good in the future, and this was just one bad game. But if you're just looking at Saturday's game,
you can try to sugarcoat that any way you want. Oh, it's going to be much better. Did you see this? Did you see that? I'm like, no, I didn't see anything. I thought he was a pretty good runner. And if getting him hit and getting him running is what it takes, then you should have known that in the first quarter. You've seen him for 2 years, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, like I went back and looked. I mean, Arch Manning had 5 carries in the first half, and he had 5 carries in the second half. So it looked like there was a little more designed quarterback run in the second half, where in the first half it was, some of those carries were just nothing's open down the field. I'm going to take off and run kind of thing. And the one sack, which counts as a carry for some reason, I still can't figure out why college football includes sack yardage in the rushing stats. That happened in the first half as well. So yeah, they did incorporate that a little bit more. And
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it because naturally he's going to take off because there are going to be some breakdowns every once in a while. I mean, I just count that I'm not counting that I'm counting it as a rush for sure because I think he'll be good at that type of stuff. But to incorporate some quarterback draw and some of that, that's okay. If that's how you feel, if that's what gets him going, Coach, get him going
if that's
sooner.
what gets him going, then make him take a hit in warm-ups.
Yeah.
If he's the type of guy, sure. I mean, if he's the type of guy that's like, well, until he takes a hit, he's not quite in the rhythm, which I think that might be coach speak. I don't know if that's a real thing with Arch. Maybe it is. But like, okay, let him take one hit at the very end of pregame. Obviously don't injure him. Don't be reckless. But let Alex January, one of those big defensive tackles, just tackle Arch Manning one time right before kickoff.
Cut him up pretty good.
And then it's like, oh, now he's ready. If that's an actual thing, and then you shouldn't have to wait till – you don't want your quarterback taking a lot of hits against another defense in a real game. Like, let him take a hit in warm-ups, and then, boom, he's in rhythm, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's no doubt about, it's just – he was nervous. He looked nervous.
Yeah, that's it. He was nervous. And, look, again,
cool
you credit Ohio State.
He's a 20-year-old kid. He's nervous. That's a big spot right there. And he wasn't ready for that spot until later on in the game. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter, he started to look like the quarterback that we thought he could be. And Coach, that's why you make $10, $11 million to make sure he doesn't do that in the third quarter, but he finds a way to start it in the first quarter. That's on you. Need to get that going.
Yeah. Yeah. And, when Texas did get things going in the second half and Arch started to pick it up, that's where, the red zone problems reared their ugly head again. I mean, Texas had 2 trips inside the 20 and they scored 0 points. Buck, remember last week, Steve Sarkisian had that stat. Oh, in 2023, our red zone touchdown percentage was 50%. In 2024, it got better to 64%. Well, I'm here to tell you, Coach, that here in 2025, your red zone touchdown percentage is 0%. So here's a stat.
Put that on the stat page. Yeah, I mean,
take that for data.
Yeah, I looked at a team that, okay, it's Monday. You asked me, is this about the national championship? No, and it's not so much the play calling and all that. There's some mechanics still. This illegal procedure thing that's a bad habit, guys. That's a bad habit, BK. That has to be lots of foots and butts right there. I know they don't have the depth and all that, and they got a couple new guys, but that's concentration. That's winning that's championship kind of performance mentally, they're not there.
Well, the Ryan Wingo one is the one that doesn't make sense.
Oh,
I
he
mean,
flinched. I mean, you're out there wide, just looking at the ball.
yeah, that one can't happen. Like the other two were Brandon Baker, first time starter on the offensive line. I honestly thought Texas was going to have more penalties in that game on Saturday, and I thought they'd have more offensive line infractions in the game on Saturday.
I think I said 8 penalties. I said, I think you'll see 8. I said, once you get into the 9 penalty deal, you get into the possibility of losing. But I guess championship games,
timeliness too. Like the timeliness of those penalties were bad. Like
yeah.
The offensive false starts, I think 2 of them were in the first half, and it's Texas is trying to get anything going offensively.
Right.
The one or 2 times, if you can even say that they maybe showed you something, there was a penalty that brought it back. But obviously, the Colin Simmons hands to the face penalty was huge.
Yes.
There was another defensive holding for an automatic first down on that first Buckeye scoring possession. That was huge. You had what was almost a safety, right? There was the offsetting penalties where, an Ohio State offensive lineman was holding, but Leon Galafau had his hands up to the face on him. So
yeah, they had their hands high.
Yeah, they offset there. So yeah, the quantity, like 50 penalty yards. I mean, every coach wants 0, of course, but 50 that's not horrible. It's just the timing of the ones that Texas had on Saturday. That was pretty rough. But I think the biggest thing to be critical of Steve Sarkisian, Buck, and again, there's a few things, and penalties is one of them. I think that's very fair. It's the red zone offense. This team still has no identity in the red zone. They have no identity in the red zone at all. 2 trips inside the 20, 0 points, and they got stuffed at the goal line again. Like you had 232 days to try to figure, like you knew you were going to be in that type of situation in this game. Like goal to go against Ohio State. How do you do what you couldn't do in January? And instead of getting punked and embarrassed, how do you get into the end zone and score? And what happens again? They get punked and embarrassed.
Look for the defensive players to start getting in the backfield.
Yeah. And then what were the differences in the red zone offense? Like the quarterback power, they tried that. That was like a difference. And then the little QB sneak thing. Like that was they had, again, 230
You've been wanting days. That QB sneak. You've been wanting that tush push.
Well, yeah. So here's the issue. Here's Sark first. We'll let Sark explain that QB sneak. I mean, look, the QB sneak is the most successful short yardage play in football. That's like not my opinion. That the stats back that up. But if you're not good at the QB sneak, then it's not going to work. It's the same as any other play. Like there's an art form to it. And Texas looked like, they ran it twice. One of them on the first drive of the game, they had that 4th down in their own territory. They needed like a quarter of a yard, and they got a quarter of a yard, barely.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. You talked about having your running back that's now 230. Then that guy should be the one. That's what he does for a living.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that would have been better than that. And then, I didn't look at that play and say, yes, the quarterback sneak clearly works. Let's run that again. We've got this figured out. No. Sark apparently was like, yeah, that worked. So let's do it again. And here's, again, the coach talking about, let me make sure I've got this cut right. Yeah, here's Steve Sarkisian talking about that play, 4th and goal, the QB sneak that failed miserably.
Yeah. On the goal line situation, I felt like it was kind of an odd where the ball finished kind of almost inside the 1 yard line. It was like, okay, we've been really working hard on our sneak stuff, and we had ran one earlier, obviously, in the game, and I felt like, hey, we don't give them a chance to sub to real big people. We went with a sneak. I think they got under us pretty good and kind of took Arch's legs out from them. Hindsight's 20/20. If I could do it all over again, we probably sub, and they put their big guys and we put our big guys in and see if we can get in the end zone.
No.
So they went hurry up, Buck. I don't know if you remember that. Like
I do.
They ran it on 3rd down with Baxter, and he got a couple of yards, right? And then they went kind of hurry up. They didn't let anybody sub. They snapped the ball with like close to 30 seconds on the play clock, and it was just discombobulated. And obviously it didn't work. Like to me, it's 4th and goal. You shouldn't be trying to be cute. You shouldn't be rushing that. Like, what do we need to do to get this right, to get into the end zone because this is the biggest play of the game. Not let's run as fast as we can to try to do that.
And somebody jumps off or somebody's not set and ready to go and somebody gets punched in the mouth first. No.
Yeah.
Set that up. Get yourself – move somebody on that defense. I don't care if they're lined up. If they're not moved to be outmanned outside, then you run something off tackle. You take your time on that play. You don't rush any of your plays down there when you're not good at it.
Yeah, 2 thoughts on that answer from Sark, right? Number one, he said that we've been working on our sneak game a lot in practice. You were? That looked like something you had installed on Thursday, 2 days before kickoff. Like, that didn't look comfortable. The first one didn't look comfortable. The second one obviously didn't look comfortable. So you needed to work on that a little more, Coach.
Yeah, by the way, your center is getting blasted by whoever that was over the top of him. He got blasted back into your quarterback. He took the legs out from your quarterback for sure. But first of all, they took the legs out from under the center. He had no push whatsoever.
Right. All of the insider reports that we read and all of the insiders that we've talked to, like I didn't hear a single thing about like QB sneak being a huge successful play in practice leading up to the game. So I don't know. Clearly it wasn't good enough. They need to work on it a little more. And number two, if you did work on it so much in practice, you were probably working on it with your big guys. So you're saying like we didn't sub our big guys out there because we didn't want them to sub. Well, you weren't running the same QB sneak you were running in practice. The one that you had worked on all the time, at least the one that you told us you worked on all the time. You didn't do it. You're doing something different with different personnel. Like why in that spot? Why are you rushing there? Like Sark was panicked.
Maybe the big people are Colin Simmons comes in as quarterback in that instance. We didn't bring our big people in.
I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means more of a tush push where you get, a lineman behind Arch Manning, just pushing him forward. I don't know if it's you bring in just 1 or 2 extra offensive linemen to put on the edge of the line of scrimmage. Like, I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe I can compare it to the first sneak they ran and get more of a feel on what Sark was talking about. But like, that's again, why are you rushing? It's the biggest play of the football game. Why are you rushing instead of getting the guys out there that you need to make sure the play is going
you don't necessarily have to do everything in the middle when you got a big quarterback. I mean, he's athletic enough to option down the line. He only has to fall forward, a half yard maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to have guys enough at the perimeter to just get in somebody's way that guy is hard to tackle. He's shown that he's hard to tackle when he's out in the open field. I mean, he's long, and he can extend the ball and everything else. Give him a shot there instead of sitting him over the center and pushing. And once again, that's why I got running backs, Coach. I mean, that's why you got them 3 times, 4 times if you have to. That's what they do. Then you look, if you can't, then you look at the offensive line coach and the running back coach and go, what the F?
Right. Yeah, and then the offensive line, again, they were honestly better than I thought they were going to be. I don't think they were great by any stretch.
No.
But ultimately, Buck, it's the same problem. Short yardage and goal line. Like the battle of physicality, or it's just man on man, and everyone in the stadium knows someone's running the football, whether it's the quarterback or the running back. Like you are going to run the football. Everyone knows what you're doing. It's 2 years in a row, and it's a lot of times. It's not just against Ohio State, where Texas just hasn't been able to win that battle of physicality at the point of attack.
Yeah, see, I've never been in any offenses where I've had problems at the goal line. I've even had either good enough running backs, no doubt about it, or good enough offensive line, or good enough play calls to get me not just always inside, between the guards and all that kind of shit, where I felt comfortable running off tackle for a touchdown too. I'm not toss sweeping it, but
better than that. At least what they called was better than that, right? That's your progress.
I can put a lead back in there and go where I give my running back a cut, where he can cut inside if he wants to, or he can bounce outside and nobody gets him and we walk in. Or he's one-on-one with a defensive back, that I'll trust him. But that whole stuff about shotgun or quarterback sneak and all that, no, give it to the running backs. That's what they do.
Right. Yeah.
That's
I mean, CJ Baxter, 230 pounds. You would think he should get more carries down there instead of Arch carrying it a bunch. And Arch is a big dude, but he's not a running back. So it's like, I have no problem with him getting a carry or 2 down there. We talked about it all off season long. Like, use that to help you in the red zone, but that shouldn't supersede giving your running backs the chance to,
Yes.
run the football. They are running backs after all.
Right.
All right. So I went back. We'll do this in a second, but the 2 red zone trips that Texas had, I went back and charted out each play, and we'll dive into the play calls themselves and what Texas did wrong and what they could have done differently. But again, it's the same problem, and it's now going on year 3. Again, you got plenty of time to fix it to where it's not an issue in all of year 3, but the last 2 years and game 1 of this year, red zone woes continue. So before we deep dive into that and try to figure out some solutions, how about a few more sponsor shout outs, my friend?
Shout out our friends over at Relax the Back. We had a wonderful pregame show, but I did not have my Relax the Back chair with me. And I was I came home and got right back in here. By the way, it doesn't take long from where we were, BK. It doesn't take that long to get back here. It's quick. It's just as quick. I told you it's just as quick to get from where we were in Round Rock almost than to down by the stadium and get back to Dripping Springs. That's how quick it is from out that way.
Yeah.
How hard it is from downtown.
Yeah. On a game day, trying to get to Schultz Garden. Yeah, that's never easy.
But folks, I'm in my Relax-A-Back chair, and Relax-A-Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. And folks, they have chairs and Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, recliners, zero-gravity recliners just for you at their 2 locations. So if there's anything going on with your back, and every morning I wake up with some kind of back pain, but I know throughout the day I've got to get rid of that back pain. The folks at Relax-A-Back have everything that you need, all the desks, the accessories. They've got 2 great locations. They got one at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and then North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. Folks, live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Love this chair.
Yes, indeed. And look, we're not talking too much about San Jose State yet, but of course, the first home game of the 2025 Texas football season is this Saturday, just 5 days away. If you want to be at DKR when the Horns take the field at home for the first time, centextickets.com. That is your place to go. They've got you covered for every Longhorn game, home and away, all season long. And of course, Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets. The NFL gets going on Thursday. You want to watch either of the Texas teams in action? Boom, centextickets.com. That's your one-stop shop for all of your football ticketing needs. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Just as we thought Ohio State was vanilla on offense too with their new quarterback, Texas was too vanilla with their guy. The pregame when I heard that voice, when I heard Sark say, "I want Arch to be Arch," I was like, "Yeah, he's just going to let him play. We're just going to do it." And then the game came, and it just seemed kind of vanilla,
Yeah, it did. And it wasn't just us. Again, Gus and Joel on the telecast were talking about how vanilla and conservative it looked like Steve Sarkisian was being, and it kind of felt like the training wheels were on Arch Manning at times in that game.
You understood it for Ryan Day with their quarterback.
That's this. I know I talked about this last week. I know I brought this up, and I know you and I got in a good conversation about this. Ryan Day in big games has a tendency to try to prove that his team is the more physical team.
Yes.
Like, he's got all these weapons on. I think of the Michigan game last year, and really the last few Michigan games. Like, you got Jeremiah Smith, you got Emeka Ibuka, you got all of this talent on the outside. Why are you trying to shove it down Michigan's throat all the time? Why are you trying to play the game in a phone booth? It's like that.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. That gives a lesser talented team a chance to kind of hang around a little bit. And I'm not saying Ohio State's lesser talented than Texas, but I am saying I think Steve Sarkisian almost fell into that trap a little bit, where they're just, and again, some of this is on Arch Manning just not making the throws. Maybe it's a different game plan if Sark thinks Arch is in a rhythm early and he trusts him to throw the ball down the field. But it felt like there was a lot of just vanilla, conservative, smash mouth stuff. Like, open it up a little bit. That's what makes you a great offensive mind. It just, there was no creativity. It felt like the most uninspiring, unimaginative game plan that we've seen from Sark.
Yes.
Maybe in his Texas career.
I thought him going out and getting a guy like Jack Entries was going to really be good down in the scoring zone, that they were going to move that cat around. I mean, he caught 5 balls. I thought he was pretty good. I think I'm like, why aren't they using him in the scoring zone? Why aren't they using a big guy like that who's a tight end, even in tight spots, getting the ball to him at 4 yards, 5 yards, getting a little bit closer, get moving the chains. He caught 5 balls, right? He had like 50.
4 for 50 yards.
Yeah, I mean, that's playing. Get the ball to him more down there.
Yeah.
If these teams have these great corners, make these linebackers have to work. I think that guy can really help them down there. They're going to have to find ways to put him in motion. You know what I'm saying? Or is he kicking out? Or is he sliding out in the flat? I mean, they're going to have to do something creative because they have no creativity down there. They get tight down there.
Yeah, you're right. And here's the 2 sequences, Buck. So again, Texas got into the red zone twice. They went 0 for 2 with 0 points. The first one was the first possession of the second half. Texas down 7-0. And it started with a 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. The first down play was a designed quarterback run for Arch Manning. He took it for 5 yards. That was pretty good. Gets you from the 9 to the 4. That's a solid play on first down. 2nd and goal, they go empty. I don't know why you go empty that close to the goal line. Like, don't you have to have a threat of a running back there?
Yeah, that would help.
They motion out the running back. I can't remember if it was Baxter or Wisner, but irrelevant. And it's another Arch Manning quarterback keeper, where it's not like Ohio State has nobody in the box. They've got their 4 down linemen, and they've got 2 linebackers still there in the middle of the field. So it's like your numbers are not on your side in that matchup.
A little bit over creative there. Why do it?
I don't know if that's over creative or you're just trying to like use your quarterback as a battering ram in that spot. Like, again, it's a running back. Use your running back to run the football. If you're going to run it there, at least have a threat, like a zone read to where there's a chance that he hands the ball off to somebody else. Not like, oh no, he's the only guy back there.
Quarterback draw. Everybody's yelling draw.
Look, it's not like Arch was throwing the ball really well. So Ohio State has to be thinking, yeah, there's a really good chance they're not going to let him throw here because he hasn't been able to throw in space. So why would they let him throw in tighter windows here? So I'm sure you're right. They're yelling draw, or they're thinking like, there's a really good chance that's going to be the play that happens here. So they run it again. They get like a half a yard. So not a successful play. Now it's 3rd and goal from the 3. This is your shotgun handoff to CJ Baxter, which gets you 2 down to the 1. Again, don't love the shotgun runs, but like, okay, no. 2 yards, we're getting there. And then you go hurry up and 4th down, and you got that awful quarterback sneak. So 3 of your 4 plays there were Arch Manning runs, and you didn't at one point like go under center and give it to your 230-pound running back, and you didn't give it. Trey Wisner's your number 1 running back. You didn't give it to him at all in that sequence.
Well, once again, everything doesn't have to go in the quarterback draw. The runs don't have to go between the center and the guard. You know, you can go off tackle and some of that stuff and give a guy a chance to bounce who's a ball carrier, who's used to carrying the ball. Everything doesn't have to be right beside the guy, and you run it, you run it inside. You can get outside and get those things done.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to run a counter play and pull people at the 1 yard line. I'm just asking you to give me more than one go, one place to go.
Three quarterback runs in that spot. And again, one of them, the 2nd down play was so obvious. And the 4th down play felt pretty obvious too, which is the way Texas rushed up and lined up. Like, you'd like to have an off.
I'm expecting somebody, when they rush a play, I'm expecting somebody to jump. And there's going to be a penalty because they're going to be all flustered and try to get a quick start and get going. I mean, there's no reason not to take your time at that part of the game. Take your time and get a play. I don't care if you have to call timeout and you're still going to go for it, which at sometimes go ahead and take the 3, Sark. Every once in a while, let's just take 3. Let your quarterback say, hey, we're on the board.
Would you have kicked a field goal there, 4th and goal from the half-yard line? I mean, that's shorter than an extra point.
I don't know. Sometimes early, I don't know. I'm more apt to go for it, but there are going to be occasions in a championship game like that where my defense looks like they're going to be okay, that I'll go ahead and take 3.
I don't know.
You can't go for these 4th downs every time.
It's 4th and goal from the half-yard line. Like, you don't know how many – it's already the second half of the game. You don't know how many more chances you're going to get into the end zone with the way your offense was looking. You're right there. I have no problem with going – you got to score that, don't you?
Well, I don't know, BK. Tell me you just got to have some more faith that your defense is going to be okay too.
They do have faith.
Well, kick the field goal then.
well, I don't know. No, you got faith that, okay, if we don't get this, our defense is maybe going to get a safety or get the ball back to our offense right away. I think calling that play means you do have faith in your defense. So, yeah, to me, that's a no-brainer to go for it. You just have to score. You got to score. You got to get in there. If it's a 3-0 game, then maybe it's a different conversation. But, like, you need a touchdown at some point because you're down 7-0. You're right there on the doorstep. You should be able to get into the end zone from that spot.
And I say at that time, there's nothing wrong with 7-3.
Yeah, except it's not enough points.
Well, I mean, it's not enough points in the first quarter, but the game's not over till the fourth
third quarter. Look, it's the third quarter.
Sure.
This was
Well,
the
that's
second
okay.
half. Why are you you're kicking it there?
That's okay. I'm fine with kicking it there. I'm like I said, there are times when you just got to give your quarterback, you got to give them some points and say, okay, let's go ahead and play defense. We've been playing pretty good defense.
You're talking about giving your quarterback confidence. If you settle for a field goal at the half-yard line, to me, that is, we don't trust you at all. And if I'm the quarterback, I'm like, I'm rattled.
Well, I don't trust you to run a quarterback sneak. That's what I'm saying.
Again, call a better play. I don't think the play call was not great, and it was obviously executed horribly, but I think that would have been crazy. You're not alone with that sentiment. I'm not trying to make you out like you're the only person who says that, because I did see some folks on Twitter say, take the points there. But to me, look, if it's 4th and goal from the 3 or 4 yard line, you kick a field goal. You take the points. But on the half-yard line, like just score. Let's get in the end zone.
You just said it. Just score. Go kick a field goal and take your 3.
No, that's not doing that. I don't know. That would have been a bad decision, I think. But I can't sit here and tell you 3 is worse than 0.
3 is not worse than 0.
So maybe that's where you and so many other Texas fans are in terms of confidence in
the
Steve
play
Sarkisian's
calling,
goal line play calling.
Yeah.
We're at the half-yard line.
Hey,
we gotta.
It's either 3 or a toss sweep or a quarterback sneak now.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But again,
when they get down there against San Jose State, I'm going to say, you know what? Let's go for it. I'm going to take a chance and say, let's go ahead and go for it from the 2. Why not?
You scared me there. You're going to say you got a 4th and goal against San Jose State. Take the points. It's like,
no, I'm going to say against them.
Back.
Let's go for it.
Oh man. Yeah. Again, you're not alone. JW says, take the profit. GOJ says, I'm taking the 3. Telling my defense to get us the ball back. Mark says, take the 3. Clearly you're not alone, but
don't turn a chance, an opportunity for a profit.
Maybe my ego. Maybe it's my ego. It's just like maybe it's I'm overrating Texas, and maybe I should be looking at just how many times they've failed in those spots against really good competition the last 2 years.
Well, Sark will give you some stat that'll tell you it's much better than you think.
And maybe, and maybe it should be. Maybe my thought should be they should take the 3. I don't know, man. That's just freaking score. So that was right the first.
And I don't know. Hey, I never saw the field goal kicker kick, so I don't know how good he is. I did watch the punter punt, and they do have a weapon. They do have something on. They didn't do anything special teams wise, except for the punter's okay. But there's nothing in the special teams that went after anybody or did anything. That whole game plan was all vanilla. They were just hoping that they could outsmart a first-time quarterback, that Ohio State had, but they got pretty good.
The defensive game plan was very good.
Yeah.
Now, you hold anybody to 14 points, you should win that game 100 times out of 100.
No doubt.
And the offense obviously failed them. Mason Shipley did make his 1 extra point, Buck. We did see him kick one of those. Oh, by the way, and we'll spend more time later in the show talking about the other games around college football. I know you watched the Miami-Notre Dame game last night.
Oh, and I saw who wasn't kicking.
Bert Auburn wasn't the starting kicker. I didn't even realize Miami brought somebody else in from the portal, and there was a competition between that guy and Bert Auburn lost.
So he's just hanging down South Beach, just kicking in the corner somewhere, playing soccer on the beach.
Just kicking it with the ladies. That's the only kicking he's doing these days. Like, damn, Bert Auburn. I thought, for sure. That's why they go out and get him. I figured they needed a kicker, so they went out and got Bert Auburn and just hoped that he was going to find his 2022 and 2023 form again. And nope, it was some other guy. And that other guy was awesome last night. He was so awesome that I don't even remember his name, but obviously he hit the game-winning field goal for Miami.
That game last night, those two teams are going to get better. And my goodness,
Yeah.
The quarterback in Miami, Carson Beck, has guys who can actually catch the ball now. Look out.
That helps. Yeah, we'll dive into that.
Help.
We'll dive into that. But I do want to get to the other red zone sequence that Texas had, Buck, and get your thoughts on this too.
Okay.
So, again, the first one was the 4th and goal QB sneak that failed miserably. The second red zone trip for Texas, early 4th quarter, the game's 14-0 at this point. So now you need a touchdown, right?
Right.
Like there's no point in kicking a field goal.
No.
You're down 2 touchdowns. You kick a field goal, you're still down 2 possessions. So this is obviously 4
now you got
4.
everybody on your ass if you kick a field goal there.
Yeah, exactly. So Texas gets to the 16-yard line. They have a 1st down and 10 from the 16. They do another quarterback power to start that off. Again, like all offseason long, that's the one sort of wrinkle is we'll just let our quarterback run forward like he's Sam Ellinger or something. 3 to 4 yards on 1st down. Then you do a shotgun off-tackle run to Trey Wisner for 3 yards. So you get 3 yards on your 1st down run. You get 4 yards on your 1st down run, 3 yards on your 2nd down run. So it's a 3rd and 3. Like, I wouldn't call those first 2 runs successful, but okay, 3rd and 3. You got 2 plays to pick up 3 yards.
Right.
This is the Arch Manning. These next 2 plays were not on Steve Sarkisian, right? Sark's going to shoulder the blame, and the red zone offense is the red zone offense. Sark called perfect plays on the 3rd and 4th downs, and Arch Manning just crapped the bed. So the 3rd down, Buck, it's an under-center drop-back pass. Arch gets a clean pocket. Like the offensive line holds up. You've got crossing routes with 83. I think Spencer Shannon, your 2nd tight end, crossing, and also Ryan Wingo is the other crosser. 83 is wide open. You throw it to him, he might score a touchdown. Wingo is still open enough to get the 1st down. That's the one where Arch Manning just throws a bullet right at Wingo's feet and gives him 0 chance to catch the ball. So that play call right there, those 2 guys were open. Also out of the backfield, I think it was Wisner. Like he was out in the flat. He was also open to where if you just check it down, he's going to get the 1st down. Now that shouldn't have been the read. I think Arch's read was fine, but he had 3 open receivers. It was a great play call by Sark, and Arch Manning just totally whiffed on the throw.
Yeah, it was really weird about his throw. I mean, some of them were like heaters up close. It was like he didn't know whether to put touch on it or fling it or lead a guy. It looked just so off,
Yeah, like that one, there is nothing. Steve Sarkisian, again, he called the perfect play there. That is an easy crossing route, Buck. That's like a 5-yard throw for Arch Manning. And again, he made those throws last year, and I'm sure he made them in practice. So this is where it's the nerve, the heat of the moment, whatever. But like you need if you're going to win in those spots, you need your quarterback to make those throws.
Yeah, you can't call the play and throw the ball.
Right. And then 4th and 3, so that's incomplete. 4th and 3. Again, you don't need a touchdown. It's not 4th and goal. It's 4th and 3 from like the 9-yard line. And the play call, like Ryan Wingo was running a slant, and he had his defender beat. If Arch Manning throws the slant pattern, which is the easier throw to make, Wingo catches it, if it's a good ball, maybe scores a touchdown, but definitely gets the 1st down and keeps the drive alive. Instead, Arch Manning throws the corner route to Parker Livingston. It is a one-on-one there, but it's your number 3 receiver basically in his 1st game, matched up against Davison Igbinosun, who's Ohio State's number 1 corner. And Igbinosun maybe got there a split second early. Maybe something could have been called. It's not. It's a bang-bang play. I'm not pounding the table saying it was a horrible miss, but it's a low percentage pass. You're throwing a corner route to your number 3 receiver against a preseason All-Big Ten cornerback, and obviously it ends up being incomplete. So Wingo should have been the first read there. The way that play is called, he's the first read. Arch doesn't do it. He locks in on Livingston. Maybe before the snap, he liked the matchup and he wanted to do it, and it just doesn't work out. Those 2 play calls were good enough to get Texas the 3 yards that they needed, and the quarterback let you.
You don't have much room. I mean, the slant's got to get in there. But once again, he locked on everybody he threw to in that game. like I said, you know it, I know it, the American people know where he looked. That's where he was going.
Yeah, and it was just the wrong read. And tomorrow I should have done this, but I'll get some still shots too of those plays to where it's like, here's what Arch was seeing, here's what was in front of him, here's where he should have been looking, to where it's like, no, it's clearly I'm not like just overly defending Sark here and whatever. Like Arch Manning on those two plays, the play calls were right. His receivers were open enough. At least one of them was open enough on both of those plays. Your quarterback just he's got to be better. He's got to be better. He wasn't good enough. So there's your 2 red zone trips, and that's how you get 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to it, like you said in the beginning of the show. The 2 highest paid guys at the football program didn't perform.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Your head coach, your quarterback, they let you down. They weren't good enough. Again,
I thought the offensive line was above and beyond what my expectations. I thought there would be at least a couple guys coming clean in that football game. Because they're not going to always they're just going to be outgunned because they had some quality guys. But like I said, they got in the way. There wasn't any clean guys, No,
there was 1 sack the entire game, and it was for a loss of 1 yard.
Yeah, he was starting to run with the ball then.
Right. It wasn't like, somebody got clean right off the line. No, it was like Arch had some time, nothing open downfield, and
stepped up in the pockets, decided to run. It was too late. Yeah.
Yeah. Bingo. So that was it. That was the only TFL that Ohio State had in the entire game. So the questions of, again, physicality, like Texas being nasty up front, I think they're still there. Because, again, the situational football, like you got to be able to run it in from the half-yard line. Look, Ohio State had that exact same play. Texas's defense is really freaking good, Buck.
Well, I just don't know how many teams I don't know how many teams, BK, I've been around that rushed for 166 yards and you lost that game. And I don't care what quality of team that I've played against.
I think maybe you've seen that happen, but my guess is you've never seen a game where you have 166 and they have 89 and you still lose. Yeah. Like maybe there's a game where you have 166, but they got 266 and it's like,
true. Oh shit. Yeah.
But you outrun them damn near 2-1. Like that's a game. You're right. You should win. So you're right. Yeah, I'm with you. The offensive line was better than I thought they'd be. Gooseby held up very nicely despite the hand injury. Connor Stroh, crazy story. He ends up getting the start at left guard. Neto subbed in for a series or 2. But Stroh was the guy for most of the game. Brandon Baker, not his best day, but I thought he was fine. Obviously, the 2 false starts were not ideal. But overall, yeah, the offensive line was good enough to give you a chance to win this game. But you're right, the head coach and the quarterback, those were the 2 guys who just totally no-showed for you. And, their head coach, Ryan Day, I know Buckeye fans, I know what they've said about Ryan Day over the years, but I don't know how you could say anything negatively about him now. You look at like his last 5 games, the 4 in the playoff, and then this year against Texas, the teams that he's beaten, the coaches that he's out-coached, and now with 2 new coordinators in this game, coming up with a game plan to beat the number 1 team.
Yeah, their coordinator had Sark and the quarterback confused.
You're right. Yeah, and obviously, Matt Patricia deserves some credit. Tip your cap to him. I did not think that he would cause this many problems for Texas, and he sure as hell did. So, hey, long season. Plenty of time to get things cleaned up. Here's one more from Steve Sarkisian here. This is, he was kind of talking about what his team needs to get cleaned up. Some more takeaways from Saturday, but also moving forward, what are some things that they've got to work on?
Yeah, I just think that rhythm in the passing game was one of them today, and they've got an excellent secondary. If there's a strength on their team, granted the receivers are really good, but they've got an excellent secondary, and they've got a good scheme, and they've got a very smart secondary, and so they made Arch work. I thought at halftime, Arch having a chance to really sit and look at the tape and understand some of the coverages they were playing, I think that helped him into the second half and play. And so there's, we definitely can lean into that. And then ultimately, we had opportunities to score points and we didn't. And so we got to keep digging into our ability to score when we have our opportunities to do so. And we got to make a couple throws. We got to make a couple catches. We got to make a couple better calls. But that's, like I said, those are things that are fixable for us. And I feel confident in that.
Yeah, you gotta fix them. Yeah. You can keep working at it, but they have to be fixed when the games come. They can be great at practice. They have to be fixed when the games come. And once again, that's, this team's got a lot of growing to do. They got room to grow. They got players that are going to get better. But when the games come, you don't get a second chance. You get to play that team one time. Maybe you'll see them again, hopefully. But you've got to straighten that stuff out. And in championship type of battles, you won't be in a championship type of battle again until October now.
Yeah.
These other games that you do these things against, and we're going to say how great they are. And, you did a fine job there. There was more rhythm and all that. It's going to matter when you go to game, when you go to the swamp, it's going to matter then again.
For sure. For sure. Let me ask you this.
You got to win those games. Those are the games that you have to win.
Is it mental at this point? Like with the recurring red zone / goal line struggles for this Texas football team? I mean, do you think some of this is just mental? Like there's some sort of block right now?
No, I just think you just got to call. You got to give them some better plays. Just call some better plays. And like you said, the one was open. The quarterback has to make the plays. The quarterback will get better. I mean, because he can't get much worse than what you saw Saturday. And the teams that you're going to play from this point on aren't as good. So he's going to get better. But in those games that really matter, the Floridas, the Georgias now, teams like that you have to play in the SEC to get to a championship game. What is he going to be like in those games? I say by that time he should be fine. The play calling has to get better too.
For sure. I don't disagree.
And some of the fundamentals, coach, let's start moving guys around a little bit. Let's get our tight end involved in the scoring zone. Let's get this guy that we went out and paid money for, who's a tight end that everybody's talking about is good. Let's make him even better. If he's good, let's make him better.
That's a good segue to this next bit of sound here, because Steve Sarkisian was asked in the post-game presser if having a young quarterback, right, or a quarterback obviously making his first career road start and Arch's first year as the starter, like, does that impact your game plan, and did that impact your play calling? Here is that answer.
Well, it wasn't just him being young. It was young on the offensive line with some new faces. It was a new receiver, new tight end, some people playing in this environment. You try to do the things that you think they do well, especially with a new defensive coordinator, which we didn't have a bunch of information on of what they were going to do from his past and what they had done from Ohio State. And I thought we did that. We were at that maybe a little anxious early in the ball game. But to their credit, I thought we settled down, I think Brandon Baker might have had a couple false starts for a guy making his first career start for significant playing time in this environment. A little understandable. But at the end of the day, I think we learned a lot about ourselves that we can handle this environment. In some of the most critical moments, I thought we were playing football there all the way into the fourth quarter up until the end. And there's a ball here, a ball there that might change the total outcome of this game. So there's positives to that too, that I felt like we grew in the environment. I don't feel like we were overwhelmed by the environment.
Yeah, glass half full, kind of deal. That's fine. But that Brandon Baker, that shit is unacceptable, coach, period. I don't care if he's not playing Pop Warner football or high school football anymore. He's playing against Ohio State. That's not acceptable. That's you got to quit with that. That's not understandable to me either. Stay your ass there, wait till the snap count. Don't put your team in bad positions. There's nobody causing that on you. Nobody's causing you to do that. Nobody's punching you in the face or kicking you in the nuts on that play.
I would like to
snap count. He just told you to snap count once again 5 seconds ago before you went up there. And things, I know, as I said, they're the smartest guys on the field. Things are changing in front of them. They have to understand. You can't do that. That's not understandable. I won't go with that. No, that's not understandable.
Well, I'd like to think that behind closed doors, Brandon Baker was getting yelled at and is getting yelled at practice this week.
Oh no, in the film session he's getting ripped by the.
And that's like Sark is a player. He always defends his players. You gave Stark some truth serum. He's not saying all those nice things about Arch Manning. He's saying he sucked. My game plan was good enough. He sucked. He couldn't make the throws. That's why.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's saying we're still jumping off sides. He's telling his offensive line coach, we're still doing this. Nobody's causing us to do this, and your guys are still flinching. And he's looking at Coach Jackson and going, your wide receiver, who's supposed to be one of our stars, is flinching out there, and there's nothing going on for him.
I'm with you. Like, it's not acceptable. I just I think Sark is also pissed about it. I think, again, he's just not going to throw his first time starting right tackle under the bus in the public eye and say, yeah, no, he's got to be better. Like, that's just not who he is. That would just be out of character for Coach Sark. So some coaches do that. Some coaches are like, yeah, like, he's got to be better. We can't have that happen. If he wants to play on this team, he's got to not do that. And that may be what's happening at Moncrief this week, but that's who Sark is at those pressers. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He's as tough as nice as a guy as he is. He's going to be tough on the quarterback. He is going to be all over him, and the quarterback coach is going to be all over him too. And the wide receiver coach is going to be in his guys to get out of your breaks a little bit sooner. Let's go. And then they all got to get together and figure out what they're going to do with Wingo. How is he going to get the ball? He's your guy. Make him your guy. Those other guys, even on the other side with Smith, they just kept throwing it to him. He dropped a couple, but it didn't stop him. I'm throwing it to this guy. He's my guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be – I don't know if he's one of those guys like the guy from Alabama or Smith, but they've got to find ways to try to make him that guy.
There were looking at the box score, there were only 30 completed passes in the entire game. Like, the wide receiver numbers are not very pretty. And looking at it from a Texas standpoint, no wide receiver had more than 2 catches on Saturday. C.J. Baxter led Texas in receptions with 5. Jack Indries led Texas in receiving yards with 50. He had 4 catches. So a tight end with 4, a running back with 5. No receiver had more than 2 catches. And then for Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith had 6. Carnell Tate had 2. Brandon Ennis had 2. Like, those were the receivers who
Jeremiah Smith dropped 2.
Jeremiah Smith dropped 2. Yeah, it was like the hype. The hype going into this game was around 2 players more than anybody else. It was Arch Manning and Jeremiah Smith, and both guys weren't good. Like, definitely Jeremiah Smith. We've seen him play so much better than that. But even Arch, with what we saw from him in a much smaller sample size last year, like, neither of those guys were as good as they're capable of being.
No.
And both defenses deserve credit, right? Ohio State's defense deserves credit for Arch struggling. And I think Manny Muhammad and Texas's defense deserve credit for Jeremiah Smith not having a ridiculous stat line.
I think the defensive game plan once again was good, but once again, you can't have a hands to the face. It's championship play. You gotta believe that you're on the road. Somebody's gonna catch your hand up in the guy's chin.
Yeah,
silly fundamental stuff that you may be able to get away with at practice against your own guy. But when you got those striped guys out there throwing flags, it's just you can't do it. I mean, once again, it's a first game, but it's a championship game in game 1. And now would I have loved to play a different team? Of course I would now. But you had just as much a chance of winning as they did. They only scored 14 damn points, Coach. Right?
I know. And that's his side of the ball, too. Like, the defense, Pete Kwiatkowski continues to earn his paycheck.
Yes, he does.
But, Steve, and this is where, all right, we'll take a quick break here. We'll get into one more Texas football discussion today, because I do want to get your thoughts on the other games from week 1. There's a lot of action and a lot of interesting results and a lot of great games over these last couple of days. So we'll get to that. But one Texas football conversation. But before any of that, let's give another quick round of sponsor shout outs, Buck.
To all of our friends at Tony C's Pizzas, Austin original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza and Italian food straight from the Ciola family restaurant, of course, and their cookbook. Tony C's has been a part of the Bee Caves area and community for over 15 years now. Don't forget, tomorrow, 2 for Tuesdays, 2 for the price of 1 pizzas. 4 great locations, Highway 79 in Round Rock, right near the Dell Diamond, of course, Anderson Lane, and, of course, as I said, almost 15 years in the Bee Caves areas. Love that Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Tony C's. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. Love you, Tom McKay.
There you go.
The NFL is back in 3 days. We're about to have our first real full football weekend of 2025. You better make the call to AV Consultations soon to get your home TV setup done for the football year. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. See these 2 TVs behind me hooked up by AV Consultations. See how good they look? Perfectly aligned, no wires sticking out. They look great. That's the kind of work that they do. I've got the 4 TV set up in the room over. Buck's got the giant 85-inch screen. If you want the man cave, if you want the big screen, if you want the home theater room, if you want the patio set up outside, AV consultations can turn your TV dreams into reality. Don't buy a TV and then call them. No, they get better prices because they buy in bulk. Just call them right now. Let them hook up your home and thank us later. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
BK, give them our Horseshoe Bay Resort.com, of course, SEC scoreboard. Boy, oh boy, were there some – man, the SEC was rocking and rolling, and Bama is awful. Dude, I think it looked like they quit. I was watching some of the game. I swear I thought I saw guys like, that's it. We're done with this guy already. You got to be kidding me.
That was embarrassing. I'm so glad that happened because that takes some of the embarrassment off of Texas's loss. Obviously, Texas is still getting roasted by everybody, and you understand why. But Alabama losing as a 2-touchdown favorite to a Florida State team that won 2 games last year, that helps.
Former quarterback from Boston College talking shit and carried it out.
How about that? Yeah, we all thought Tommy. Now he's Tommy. He was Thomas, but now at Florida, he's Tommy, you know. Tommy Castellanos, in the offseason saying that, they don't have Nick Saban to save them. And everyone's like, you sure you want to say that against Alabama, dude? Like, and do you also know how bad Florida State was last year? You sure you want to be giving that kind of bulletin board material? Credit to him because he backed it up, and obviously his teammates had his back.
Man.
That was insane. That was a blowout, too. I mean, Alabama scored first. They marched down the field. Opening drive,
right down the field.
7-0, and it's like, all right, like Florida State's the same, and Alabama's really good, and you see why people are picking them to maybe even win the national championship. And then from that moment on, it was just Bama couldn't run, and they couldn't stop the run. It's one of those games that shows you that you have to win in the trenches to have a chance. They got punked by Florida freaking State in the trenches, and it was it was pretty ugly. And I do not see Mike G this morning, our resident Bama fan.
No, we haven't seen him this morning at all.
I hope he's okay, Mike. If you're listening, let us know that you're all right. I'm worried about Alabama fans after after that game. Yikes! Wow. Yikes!
All right. And how about the Friday game? Auburn 38, Baylor 24. Hey, Bears, get rid of those helmets. Whatever that's not. You're not.
You want to get into these other games now?
Yes.
Is that what you want to do? Okay, well, let's do that, Buck.
Oh boy.
How about your Gold Star locks of the weekend?
It's early. I'm like Arch Manning. It's early. Come on.
Arch was better than you.
What?
Arch was better than you.
No. Didn't I have one win?
You were 0 for 5.
Get out of here.
You had Baylor on Friday night against Auburn. You were even getting points in that game. Not enough. You had Clemson Saturday night against LSU.
Yeah, they were sleeper. They were good. Hey, their quarterback didn't play well either.
Their whole offense looked horrible. You had that. You were wrong. You had Notre Dame last night, -2.5. Oops. They lost. And then the two teams, you got 2 like winners, right, in terms of the teams that won the game, but you had A&M covering the 22.5 against UTSA.
Oh, that was a bunch of,
They didn't do that. They gave up a touchdown with like 30 seconds left.
Hey, thanks for giving up that touchdown at the end there, Aggies.
I'm watching that game at home, and I'm just cracking up only because of that. So, yeah, A&M had that. They had the cover, and they gave up a score, I think, with 24 seconds left. So UTSA, meep, they cover. And then your other pick was Indiana, -23.5 against Old Dominion.
Way to give up another touchdown for Indiana, too, after scoring like 27 straight points.
And I know they won. I think they only won by like 13, though. You weren't even that close to the cover there.
What about South Carolina? I didn't take South Carolina. You didn't give me South Carolina.
I didn't give you. You didn't give me. You're the one who makes the picks. If you would have said it, I would have written it down. You had 5 picks.
I should have known Vandy, thank you very much, would win their game against Charleston Southern Chocolate Company. I mean, really, I should have known it. Hey, their quarterback is throwing – hey, their little round-shouldered quarterback is throwing darts all over the place against Charleston's Chew.
Dude, you had 50,000 on Indiana, 50,000 on Clemson, 50,000 on the Aggies, 25K on Baylor, 25K on Notre Dame. So if my math is correct, you lost the people 200,000 units.
Yeah, well, don't be afraid. That's just the beginning. We were at the beginning of the season. You know how it was last year. I wasn't this bad in the beginning.
I was going to say, I don't know if you had an 0 for 5 week like this.
And don't think I'm trying to do anything with Bill Belichick's team tonight. No.
You got a chance to get some redemption to end the week on a high note to at least give the people one
I'm taking
week 1 win.
TCU for 50,000 units, getting you some back. How's that?
Well, congratulations to Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, and North Carolina on a win tonight. TCU is a 3.5-point road favorite. Just want to make sure you know the line before you get your pick in.
No, I'll take TCU.
All right, TCU minus 3.5 at North Carolina. That's your one game tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Yeah, rough showing from you, sir.
Should have taken Missouri through 61 on Central Arkansas.
I'd like to give myself some credit, by the way. Look, I did not pick Ohio State to beat Texas, but I did have Miami to beat Notre Dame outright. I did say LSU was going to beat Clemson outright. I did
Auburn was going to win.
I did say Auburn was going to win outright. So the big games, you and I differed. And last year, you were right way more often than me. So I got to relish in my little bit of success here. I had a good hunch on some of the big matchups.
Dude, how about the Aggies not burying UTSA? There was a stretch where UTSA was right in that game, like in the third quarter.
Yeah, UTSA. It was 21-10 at halftime. UTSA missed a field goal at the end of the half that would have made it 21-13. But the first offensive play of the third quarter, UTSA 75-yard rushing touchdown, and it's 21-17 in that game. And all of a sudden, it's like, are the Aggies about to – well, that would have made our day as Texas fans a hell of a lot better. But they turned it on. They're too good. Talent gap between those two teams is too obvious. And, Reed got going, the run game got going, and they were able to pull away. But that game was a little closer than I think A&M fans would have liked for the first, 2 quarters and change.
Good job there by Ole Miss playing Georgia Southern or Georgia State.
Was it Georgia State?
63 on them.
Yeah. You had a lot of blowouts in the SEC. The teams that played nobodies for the most part took care of business, right? Georgia crushed Marshall, no problem there. Florida
we get Long Island on the schedule.
Yeah, Florida 55-0 against Long Island University, which I didn't know that was a thing until Saturday.
I thought that was like a tennis. Huh?
Go ahead. What were you saying?
I thought, I thought it was a tennis school.
LIU. Yeah, I didn't know it existed as a school. Oklahoma 35-3 over Illinois State. Great day for John Mateer. 30 of 37, 392 yards, 3 touchdowns.
And he took off running a lot too.
Yeah. I didn't watch this game, but I had a couple of OU buddies let me know what happened. OU's offensive line is still a problem. Like, John Mateer looks really good and helps to play a team like Illinois State. But Oklahoma, 32 carries for 103 yards. That's 3.2 yards a carry.
Yes.
They got no push up front. So Mateer looked good. The defense is still salty. I think that's expected. That OU run game, though, look, they play Michigan this week. Michigan took care of business on Saturday at home against a bad team. But, OU's got to get that run game figured out a little bit, I think, by this Saturday, because that could be an L for them if it isn't.
What did you think of the Michigan quarterback? He's not bad.
I didn't watch enough of his game to really give a full thought. So, stat line looked good. Seemed like he didn't make any costly turnovers or any horrible decisions. Michigan got the job done, but we'll see what he is this Saturday in Norman. That's by far your biggest game of week 2. Week 1 had obviously a ton of tantalizing matchups. Week 2, not great. Your biggest game is that OU Michigan game in Norman. So we'll learn a lot about both of those teams there. South Carolina, you talked about them. Nice win in the Beamer Bowl, if you will. Lenore Sellers, very good. That guy is just a freak. Some of the talent that he has is insane. Impressed by South Carolina's defense, 24-11. The final
their defense is for real.
Yeah. Nick Harbor on the outside. That guy is...
Tennessee put it on one of the great college coaches of all time from Syracuse.
Yeah, Tennessee, no problem with Syracuse. That was a blowout. Yeah, good performance by them. So, yeah, most, LSU saved the SEC's ass, right? And Auburn deserves some credit too, because there were a lot of like SEC versus power conference games. I shouldn't say a lot because, again, we just ran down a list of teams who played nobodies, but you had obviously Texas lose to Ohio State. You had, shoot. Who's the other one that we've just been talking about? Oh, Alabama. Alabama lose to Florida State. Like those two results happened early in the day on Saturday. And
Yes.
it's like, if LSU loses to Clemson, the whole conference is going to get dunked on. And LSU obviously takes care of business to help save the day. Tennessee looked good. Auburn looked good. So the SEC, some teams held their own, but I don't think we care too much about that. We care about Texas.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it as I looked last night. I just thought, boy, oh boy, that Miami team's going to get even better as time goes on. They're going to walk through the ACC.
Yeah, look, I think Clemson's better than what they showed on Saturday. But Miami and Clemson, I don't think they play each other in the regular year. So, they could be on a collision course to the ACC championship game. But, that's why I picked Miami. Early in the year, Miami's good. It's a talented team. Cristobal recruits incredibly well. I like Carson Beck a lot. Last year wasn't great, but I think Miami's offense is going to open some things up for him. I think he's a very solid player.
He's got fantastic wide receivers. He got that freshman that can just fly.
Yeah, good skill talent on the outside. New defensive coordinator for the most part. Notre Dame scored a little bit late. They had a couple of breakdowns late, but for the most part, the new DC did a really good job in game one against a team that played for a national title last year. I just, late in the year, that's what I worry about. Cristobal's teams, like they're always good early on, but late in the year when the pressure's really on, that's when his teams have kind of crapped down their legs. So can they not do that this year?
Yeah, and Jackson Arnold had a field day against that Baylor defense.
Yeah, Arnold looked good. He ran it for 137 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground.
Yeah, what's with the helmets there? What are those helmets that Baylor? Those shiny, overly shiny. I don't like those helmets. I'm not with that helmet look for Baylor.
You don't like the chrome dome?
Boy, is that chromed up.
That was what they wore a lot during the Art Briles days.
Is that what that was? Is that what that's from?
Yeah, that was a throwback. Like big game against an SEC team. Let's bring back this good stuff. And
something like having those memories come back, huh?
I don't know what's happening with my computer. Hopefully I'm still on. Yeah, here's the look. There's your screen share right there.
Man.
Of the chrome dome. I think those are the ones that they were wearing.
I thought they were darker. They weren't as shiny as that one right there. That one's light. It looked like the Army one, like when Army played. When they wear their dome, when they wear their chrome.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's maybe because the game was at night, so maybe they look darker, and you've got a flash on this camera. I don't know. I think that was the bit, though, the blackout unis with the blackout crowd and then the chrome dome gold helmets. If you're going to pull out the stops, got to win the game, don't you?
I think so.
Yeah, Baylor disappointing for them. So there you go. Horseshoe Bay Resort, Buck. They bring us our SEC scoreboard update every Monday.
Yes, indeed, man. That's good stuff. Good place now, folks. You're coming into town. Don't forget, you got an opportunity to play a little golf. You want to head on out to Horseshoe Bay. Go to hsbresort.com and find out information on how to get one of those villas from Wednesday or Thursday. Hell, you can come out there starting tomorrow. Why not come today? Get yourself a couple rounds in before you see Texas and San Jose State.
Yeah.
The thriller next week.
Better not be a thriller. Better be an easy win for Texas. San Jose State lost to like Eastern Michigan or Western Michigan or somebody bad.
I believe.
Somebody that they were supposed to beat. So
yes.
we didn't think San Jose State was very good going into the year, and they lost as a favorite to some MAC team that they probably shouldn't have lost to. So, yeah, this needs to be a much better performance from the Texas offense.
Yeah, the MAC tried to pull one off against Rutgers. It didn't work. They hung in there. We're taking all their coaches. So how'd that work out for us?
Yeah, right. All right. Quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your home this fall, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space. God, it was nice and cool last night It's going to be hot again this week, but last night we got a
Yes.
little taste of fall, and at some point we're going to get some cooler temps to where it's actually enjoyable to hang out outside. Good time to call McCall Custom Homes. Maybe you start the work now, so by the time we get to October and November, they've got some things going to where you can actually enjoy your new patio. McCall Custom Homes, whatever you want to do to upgrade your home, they can do it because they've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years. Don't just take our word for it. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades, get some ideas for your place, and then make the call. I'm telling you, you will thank us later. Upgrade your home with McCall Custom Homes. 512-633-9580. That's Mike McCall's cell number. Hit him up, call him, text him, or again, the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com.
I was out there putting on my putting green yesterday. Once it was a little cool towards the evening after it rained some, went out there and got my little putting in. I better start getting better at putting.
You?
I'm going to get better. Somebody said in the long run, this is going to help. These little 8-foot, 10-foot putts that I have to make for bogey or par. I'm not talking about for birdie. I go out there like I'm trying to make birdie, Dude, just go up there and putt it like you're trying to make a par or a bogey and enjoy it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Goes.
It looks great.
That should help out there. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Also, shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, whatever, reach out to Hurricane Hecht and let him fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. He's the best personal injury attorney in the city. And unlike those jabronis you see on TV, when you call the law firm of Hurricane Hecht Law Firm, you're going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht. You're not going to get pawned off on some college student who just started law school. No, you're going to work with the guy whose name is on the firm, the guy who's the best at what he does. That is Ryan Hecht. Friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. Give him a call, 512-938-8929. Find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Well, going into game one, I feel coming out of game one, BK, there's a lot of work to be done. There's no doubt about what needs to be done, but it's got to come from some of the players that you're really depending on. And some of the stupid stuff, as I said, the illegal procedures, that's none of that is to be expected. Because when they do it again at home, which they're going to do, because that's in their blood. When that disappears and you don't have one of those in a game, or for more than one game, maybe you start to say, okay, they figured out. But my expectation is they'll do it again because you haven't remedied that. That hasn't gone away. That's an unforced error,
Sure.
The other parts of the game, you get hands to the face every once in a while. You're going to get a pass interference. You're going to get a call but receivers flinching and all that. That's not understandable at all. You can't have that.
No, that's something Texas needs to clean up, and there were 3 of those on Saturday. To me, the 2 biggest things that Texas absolutely has to fix, not by this Saturday, but by the Florida game on October 4th, because I don't know if these things have to be all that fixed to beat San Jose State pretty soundly at home, but you have to figure out an identity in the red zone.
Yes.
It's concerning because you had an entire offseason to do that and you couldn't. And now you only have, 5 days till the next game, but obviously a month until your next really meaningful game. So you don't have as much time as you just had to figure it out, but you got to figure something out to where in big spots against good teams, you're not coming away with 0 points on 2 red zone trips in a game.
Yeah, I'm not one. I'm one. I like to be settled and know the play I'm doing, but I'm not against motion and moving people over one step or whatever. Just make them move to what you do. I don't like hurried stuff where you run in there and run something real quick, like you said. That's an important time of the game. Why are you hurry? Time out if you have to. There's no reason to hurry. That's how important those kind of plays are. Anything in your red zone right now is important to this football team. So make sure you get it right,
That's it. You got to find a way to clean that up. And look, if you struggle in the red zone these next 3 weeks are like, if you look good, you're supposed to look good. But if you look bad in certain aspects, then it's like, oh, shoot, that could be a big concern when we play against better teams. Like so you'll know some things. If the red zone offense, if they're getting stalemated at the goal line by San Jose State and UTEP and Sam Houston, then it's like, we really got to look in the mirror here and figure something out. So, yeah, that's number one. And then number two is you got to find a way to get Arch Manning in rhythm. Now, a lot of that's on Arch. I am not going to put all of Arch Manning's if Quinn Ewers played the game Arch Manning played, dude, by the end of the first quarter, people are begging for the backup to get in the game, right? And everyone is dunking on Arch nonstop. Everyone's dunking on Quinn nonstop. Like, let's call a spade here. That's the reality of the situation. Now, again, I've said this 3 times today. I'll say it again. I'm not closing the book on Arch. I think he's going to be fine. It was just a lot of pressure on that game. Ohio State's really good. One bad day, it's not going to define the guy's career. But you got to find a way to get him going. He's got to be better because that type of quarterback play, you're not winning the SEC. You're not winning a national championship. Hell, you might lose to Florida. You might lose 2 or 3 more games if that's the quarterback play you're going to get. So the combination of Sark and Arch have to find a way to make the QB look a hell of a lot better than he looked for like 3 quarters on Saturday.
I would agree, yes.
So those are the two. There's other things that you want to get right, but those to me are the 2 things that just need to get fixed for this Texas team.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about settling in on a running back because both your running backs should have hundreds of yards over the next couple games.
Okay, so maybe this is more of a conversation for tomorrow. Let's say this for tomorrow because I definitely want to get more of a deep dive, like your takeaways from the running backs. I know you talked about Wisner looking better, but I want to ask you a couple questions about the run game because there's some things that I like, but there's some things that I'm still not seeing that I wonder if Texas may need to make a different change, but we'll save that.
Okay.
Because I do want to get to a couple of fun things at the end of the show, Buck.
Yeah, man.
Just a couple of fun videos. Week 1 of the college football.
Hey, it's Labor Day. Give us some fun things. We're laboring out here today.
We're working hard today, Yeah, we're laboring here. Hope everyone's enjoying the weekend.
And you people are off.
A lot of you people are off. Yeah, and maybe some people have checked out because I was thinking we'd have like 5,000 people tuned in today. I don't know if it's Labor Day or people are just so mad about the loss that they don't want to hear us this morning. But, yeah, it's Labor Day. Hope everyone enjoys their holiday and hope everyone's enjoying their holiday weekend. Buck, it's Labor Day weekend, but it's also week 1 of the college football season, so not everyone is on their game. Oregon had no problem against their cupcake. They beat Montana State 59-13 on Saturday. This is the team running out of the tunnel, more specifically the world-famous Oregon Duck leading the team out of the tunnel. And Buck, this is not something you see every day. There's the Duck running out, trips and falls, and there goes the Duck head.
Oh, and the guy's trying to hide. Don't try to hide it. Don't try to hide your face.
Look at this.
You dumb duck.
Running out on the field. He's holding something, trying to get the crowd involved, and then he eats shit. The turf monster gets him. He goes down, and the head
You see the
flies.
kid chasing? You see the kid chasing him with the head?
Yep.
Hey, come here.
Oh, my
Here
God.
the kid goes out and grabs it. Hey, here's your head. You forgot your head, you dummy.
How terrifying is that for like a little kid? The kids who are like, yeah, that's a real duck right there, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, it's like Santa Claus, the beard comes off. You realize it's just some creepy old perv who likes touching kids at the mall.
Oh my God.
That's terrifying.
I saw that. That's awesome.
This is finding out that Santa Claus isn't real right here. The Oregon Duck's not a real duck.
You can't go without your head. You got to be man enough or woman enough to stand back and pick your head up yourself and put it back on. You can't have somebody chasing you with the head, right?
I don't know. I don't know the protocol here. Like maybe this guy, this just college student, the Oregon mascot is just doing what he's told. And it's like, that's
your
the
head
rule.
Never comes off, run away.
Just like hide. Like don't let anybody see you.
Coward.
Yeah, don't let anybody see you. Like if you're on the concourse and the head pops out, like run to the bathroom or something. Like don't let anybody see. But this time, yeah, you're on the field right before kickoff, full house at Altstadt, and like you can't hide. You're too far away. You've already run 20 yards out of the tunnel. He just tries to run back like nothing happened. And
I just stick my hand out there and say, "Give me back my head, will you?"
Yeah. Oh.
You got to chase that head down, BK, and slide back in there.
I guess, he's got those like webbed feet. And again, first game, so maybe it's a first time New mascot this year, new guy wearing the mascot
What do you
suit.
do?
He's
Did
got
he look like Arch Manning in the pocket there?
the mechanics were off.
Man.
The webbed feet got him. I don't know what he's holding, but down goes that, and tough scene for the Oregon Duck.
So are we done? Are we done now with seeing Arch Manning commercials during games now? We don't need that, dude. We don't need that.
No. Well, that's like, here's the thing for Arch. I mean, the guy was under a lot of pressure regardless. The guy could be in 0 commercials and have 0 NIL deals, and he'd still be under a lot of pressure because of who he is. But I don't think those commercials are going away. I think they're like season-long deals.
No, you're going to see more. You're going to see more of them now.
Which it's like, if you don't want to be the butt of everybody's jokes, you got to play a lot better, buddy. Like Quinn Ewers was the deputy of Fansville last year. Quinn Ewers played pretty well. Obviously, not always great. Quinn last year was better than what we saw from Arch on Saturday. I'm here to tell you.
It'll be hard to get that deputy of Fansville deal.
But remember, people are like, "That's Dr. Pepper. That's the guy you chose." Like, that guy. And Arch was in like 4 or 5 different commercials, and it's, again, he'll be fine. But that was
he'll be fine because Red Bull makes him fly.
Red Bull gives him wings. Needed more Red Bull on the sideline.
Yes.
Last quick video here. So on Friday, again, there were games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we've got the TCU-UNC game tonight. But something called the Dukes Mayo Classic took place on Friday. I've got the Dukes Mayo Bowl at the end of the year, but at the start of the year, I guess there's something called the Dukes Mayo Classic. And it was in Charlotte, where the Panthers play. It was Appalachian State against UNC Charlotte. So not a game you or probably anybody else was watching. App State won 34-11. That's not the story here. The story is something that happened in the tunnel after the game. How about this? Excuse me, right before the game. How about a proposal in the tunnel of the Dukes Mayo Classic, Buck? Is there a more romantic place to pop the question than right here?
I don't like proposals at sporting events. I think it's too corny.
Like, that's not even, there's a way, like, if you're on the field or on the court, for maybe it's a little more romantic and, everyone's watching and maybe your significant other likes that. I feel like most
maybe his dad is the vice president of Bank of America back there.
I don't know, but like, you do it on the field, at least there's a crowd and it's like, it's a memorable moment. You do it in the tunnel before the game?
Yeah, there's her mom right there against the wall going, shit, this is what you did for my daughter, you bum.
Like, and I think she says yes, right? She looks pretty happy. The emotions there. He kind of cornered her to where she can't really say no. And also, where's she going to run away? She can't run into the tunnel. All those people are there. She can't run on the field because it's the field. So he put her in a tough spot there, huh?
He knew she didn't have a choice, huh? Good job. Well done, sir.
It's an interesting proposal. All right. Bring on the boys here. We got Wags. We got Double R. It's chaos theory. Gentlemen, your thoughts on either the Oregon Duck eating shit, losing his hat, and then running off the field, or the Dukes Mayo proposal, I guess gone right, because again, it looks like she says yes, but what a interesting.
Yeah, she hugged him back, and he didn't lift her up high enough, though.
Yeah,
he couldn't get her up high enough. What are you talking about?
Yeah, her legs are all limp. What's up with that? Look at that. Look like a dead chicken.
Well, she was sitting there tucked on his boner there.
You think how often does that happen? Like, if you have a hard on when you're about to ask the question, you gotta wait a moment, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Like, I don't know. Go with the flow. Go with the flow.
Well, if you got like a photographer there,
if you got that blood rushing, let it roll. Yeah.
No, you can do like the old high school bit where you tuck it up, you unjust your belt and you tuck it into your belt and you cinch it into your belt. You know what I mean? To hold it and strap it in.
I know I've done that plenty of times. I don't know if the timing in that spot is going to work out for you to accomplish that. Like, it's probably the opposite.
Wags has some types of maneuvers. He's got some great maneuvers.
Well, I would think
you got to be stealthy, Buck. You got to be. It's got to. It's got to be concealed. It's got to be concealed, man.
Y'all tell me. I would think you're so nervous in that spot that if anything, it's shrunk and gone back inside.
Oh, yeah, it did. It went back up into his ears.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I fumbled, right? Like I fumbled the ring. My throat was, my voice was all high pitched. Like, Katie, will you marry me? You know, like, Hulk Hogan.
Sure, I will, Michael Jackson. Why not?
Pallbearer.
Oh my God!
These guys that do that, like at the stadium and all that, man, they're just showing out. I mean, that's really not the place to do that. To be honest,
Yeah, that's not romantic. That's not romantic.
That's not even showing out in the tunnel where no one can see.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know what that is.
So I was nervous as hell, and I actually proposed in Katie's bedroom. Like,
that's all right.
Nobody saw us. It was very private, and I was still nervous.
I think it should be. I think it should be, honestly. So when I proposed to Tracy, I was cooking a lasagna, meaning it was frozen, and I stuck it in the oven, and I went to get it out before she got home, and like I burned myself. I didn't put a mitt on, so it's like I'm proposing, and I've got like blood over here trickling down the finger. You know, it's like, oh no, that's marinara sauce, babe. That's marinara sauce because I cooked that.
Yeah, but those are all memories. These are all things that you talk about to your grandkids and everything else. So it really doesn't matter as long as you get it. I guess as long as you get it done, as long as she says yes. Because if she says no, then you are a fool.
Yeah, and that's it too. Like, what if you do it in public and it's absolute rejection? Like, you got to live with that for life.
Why is it? Look at her legs. I mean, her legs look good for one thing. So you look at them.
Hey,
they're just kind of.
Yeah, there's no question. It seems like he found a nice partner to propose to, but
you think she'd be like kicking a little bit, or
right?
You know, she'd be excited.
She's just.
No, I want to see the proposal where somebody's down on their knee and the girl kicks him right in the crotch and goes, "Hell no." That one needs to find you, BK. Let that one find you.
Yeah. I'll try to compile some because it's happened before. We're at a sporting event where it's like you feel like you almost have to say yes. And then
there's been some no's.
Yeah. Then like afterwards, it's like, hey, I just said yes because I don't want to completely embarrass you. Like I'm not ready for this. But there have been some no's.
Can we talk about this at another time?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you say yes, but let's talk. I don't. Don't do it. Don't propose. Don't propose.
So now the question is, Brad, how are you going to do it?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question.
Is it a good question?
Do it at pregame.
You guys will all be in wheelchairs and rockers.
I was going to say, so if it's a good question, have you thought about it?
All right. Number one, she's probably listening. So we're not.
That's why.
And by the way, let me help you answer that. Yes, the dude's been to 5 weddings this summer. Yes, he's thought about it.
I've been to 15 weddings in each of the last 5 summers. Before her, with her, whatever. So yeah, no, we got some time, boys. We got some time before we have to start thinking about some stuff like that. So don't rush me into this. Let me enjoy.
I wish that evil on you at all.
I'm helping you get that ring before the tariffs really start to settle in.
Oh, that's right.
The tariff. Right. Yeah, you're right. I got to worry about those things.
That price of that diamond's going to go up.
The price of nothing goes up. Nothing ever gets more expensive. I don't know what you're talking about.
Love is priceless, Buck. Love is priceless.
Yeah,
we're winning awards. We're winning the female awards here on this show.
Oh yeah, is that still going on? The Women in Media Awards,
it's perpetual.
Yeah, I think that award that thing still goes on. Women in Media that I've never been invited to.
Considering you guys have a segment called Misogynistic Monday, I don't know if we're going to win that.
Oh.
Hey, but
how about an invite at least?
We've got WNBA Wednesday. We got WNBA Wednesday. So
you do have WNBA Wednesdays. That is true. That is correct.
Are we getting close to the playoffs now? Football season started, so it has to be close to WNBA playoffs.
We are getting close.
Sure.
How the Sky doing?
All I know is Lexi Hull has 2 black eyes.
And Rodney said he didn't give it to her.
I didn't do it.
2 black eyes?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I saw her. I saw it on the Twitter. You know, it's got to be real. It's like that. She got banged around, banged around. So
that was at the house.
There goes the award.
2 of my 3 notes are out. So Sophie's not playing and Caitlin's not playing. So I've kind of stepped back a little bit. You know what I mean?
You only got one Lecce left, man. One Lecce left.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Listen. Have a great Monday. And all you folks that have taken off from work today instead of getting out there and laboring on Labor Day, which you should be doing, you know?
Yeah. Rodney asked me that last night. He's like, "Hey, are we supposed to work tomorrow?" I was like, "Rodney, it's the day of work. We work."
Oh, come on, Double R.
Hey, man.
Good job, Wags.
Yeah. Well, I had a mini fridge full of
people. I'm here for the people in the awards. That's what I'm here for.
I had a mini fridge full of beer, and I'm like, okay, do I dig into this or do I need to be doing some research tonight? And Wags is like, get your ass to work.
There you go.
It's like being at home.
All right, boys. Have a great rest of the day.
See you later, buddy.
Later, brother. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory. A losing edition of well, never say it's a losing. If you're watching this show, you're probably a loser, right? No, you're not. You're winners. You're here with us. You're winners on this winning Monday. Well, welcome to Chaos Theory. Yes. Make sure you listen to us, BK. On some things, we're pretty educated on the, or I'd say experienced. I wouldn't say educated. I'd say we're experienced. We
weathered.
Have experience, weathered. Yeah. No, leave that word wisdom out of it too, but yes, experience and weathered. Or are we just worn down, right? In marriage, have we just, we're tamed, we're beaten to the pulp, we're a catch. We're now a pick now.
It's
for the ladies
like
out there.
My uncle used to say, Wags. My uncle would always say, "Shot at and missed, shit at and hit." That's us.
Look, man, I love being married. Katie's my best friend. She knows that. It's been 21 years, or just almost 21 years. We've been together 23 years, been married almost 21. And I wouldn't do it any other way. Like the laughs that we have, and you're gonna fight at times too, right? I think arguments are healthy too, because they help with communication, or they help just get everything out, right? But the point is communication. We said it in the beginning of the week. If you're not growing, or beginning of last week, if you're not growing, together, you're kind of growing apart. So the key and the trick is to communicate and grow together. So
I texted you that day because I was driving when I heard you and Walsh talking about that, because that very morning when I left to come up here, you said that on the show. And that morning, my wife had told me, she said, "Hey, I'm going to have a party here in the next few weekends." And I said, "Okay, be sure and let me know when, because I'm going to go to Wags and watch football." So it's like we're growing apart. I'm going a mile down the road while you have your party.
Well, I mean,
now I'm going to take it back.
You do you, I'll do me, and we'll just keep giving the old wisdomly advice here for marriages, sacred marriages here. Yeah, unfortunately, it was a little bit of a somber Monday. I mean, so coming off of a loss to Ohio State, and it's got to feel even worse the way that we played, because if you look at the stats, the way that Texas played, if you look at the stats, you would think, hell, besides the turnover, it looked like the Longhorns should have, beat the brakes off of Ohio State, especially in the rushing attack, right? And only one tackle for loss, though, on the other side. That's probably one of the most surprising things. And I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm surprised that Arch didn't play, as well as like, are we really that surprised?" Like, it absolutely sucks. He was, I don't know what happened. He was supposed to win the Heisman with his first throw. It just went awry after that. His uncles are even saying that he's adopted on the live stream there. So I don't know. I kid, but I mean, look, I heard what BK said too. I think Arch is going to be fine, but after, week one, going up against a ferocious defense engineered by a NFL pro, Matt Patricia. And again, I'm just throwing facts out there. I'm not putting excuses for Arch, because Arch played like dog shit. For the great throws that he made, he looked like Joe Milton at times in the short game. You can't hit a corner dagger, right? Just a coffin, nail in the coffin pass, and then come back and struggle with a 5-yard crossing route that a JV quarterback can make. The inconsistency is bad. Obviously, right? And it's not going to win you any conference championships, right? And if that's the play, we might struggle for the next couple of, not the 3 coming up, but once we start getting into a little bit more competitive, conference play, i.e. Florida, something could come back and bite us in the ass. So we got to nip this thing in the bud quick. The most concerning thing for me was the lack of pressure. And I understand that, it's Ohio State, but still they reloaded just like we reloaded too, right? And for as much as we were able to keep Arch clean at times, there was still a little bit of pressure on Arch as well. I felt like the studs that we had in place, and especially with the returning talent coming back, we should have been able to pressure Julian Sand way more than just one tackle for loss or 3 hurries. Like that's unheard of in my opinion. Sure, Ohio State must be the most disciplined team out there in the world with only having 2 penalties. I get it, right? Understandably so. It's week 1 for everybody. Maybe the refs missed a couple of calls too, but there is no excuse why the Texas defense couldn't get after it and force a little bit more pressure. I thought that was the most surprising or telling tale for me. Most disappointing tale of the tape for me was only 1 tackle for loss. Like I thought the defense should have been. Now look, I understand that the defense held 14 points to Ohio State. I understand that, but still, like, we have to get more pressure on the quarterback. You have to. It's paramount at this point.
I was extremely confident, like we talked about last week, and I was getting more confident as the week went on. But there was a big part of me. I think I mentioned this, where it was going to be a matter of how you let Arch ease into this game, because you look. Again, what we've seen in the past, I mean, it, to me, just wasn't enough of a body of work to crown this dude as the next whatever. And the thing about it is, the moment got him, Wags. I mean, that's all there is to it. He's going to be a lot of what we think he's going to be. But
what was your most disappointing thing from Arch on Saturday?
Honestly, a lot of it was some of the sideline stuff. When you looked at him and he's sitting over there, I mean, he just looked dazed and confused. I would have liked to have seen him on the sideline, maybe working with Sark or somebody. He would just isolate himself from everybody else, and that to me was where you're not mechanically working to try to fix what's going wrong. And I think it was the mental part. I mean, his footwork was not good. For the life of me, I can't understand this sidearm stuff. I mean,
that's where I was going to go. Like I didn't see the arm slide, the 3/4 arm slide, the sidearm slinging last year. That looks like a new development. It looks like bad mechanics. I don't know when that came about. The footwork I felt was okay. Again, a little bit of reluctancy to run. The Arch magic that was there last year was the unpredictability that, all right, this guy's an X factor. He's got some wheels, but he's also got a cannon. It looked like he was a little bit reluctant to do stuff, or he looked like he was a little bit reserved. Again, week 1 for everybody. I understand that completely. And you're going into one of the hardest places to throw or just to play, as a matter of fact, in the shoe. But I expected more from Arch, of course. And I drank the Kool-Aid too, Rodney. I'm not going to lie. Like, I mean, I was drinking the rat poison, as Saban says, and thinking that Arch does have a chance to be a Heisman Trophy winner. But that's also because I don't think that there are that many great quarterbacks out there right now, right? And of course, the Heisman favorites and hopefuls for this year, they delivered, they shelled out. And then Castellanos.
That's what I was going to say. Now it's Tommy Castellanos at the top of my Heisman list at this point.
I mean, yeah, like Bama, to be favored 14.5, and now I get it. It's at Doak, it was in Tallahassee, but still, like, you're Bama, you're supposed to be a machine, and the Boar. I mean, Jesus, you want to have
dude.
You think Texas has hard conversations on this Monday? How do you think? We don't have it as bad as Bama right now. I'll say that.
I wouldn't go home.
To lose to a 3 by 7 points, Rodney, isn't that daunting or isn't that bad. I still think we'll remain in the top 10, but damn, and it's preseason ranks too, guys. Like, preseason ranks, really, that they're dog shit for a reason, right? Now we're starting to get a balance and a base. All right, we'll start to level out and see things. It's good to see that if Ohio State is the standard still, it's good to see that we can reload and lose our offensive linemen and still be able to come in and play with the big boys and play at the top. I got a lot of unanswered questions still, Rodney, but we can't be deemed the kings of the SEC when we still haven't beaten the champions of the SEC yet, when they're still basically they got our number being Georgia. And two, if you struggle to make inconsistent 5-yard passes with your quarterback, and then 2 goal line stands when you get down into the red zone. And look, I'll say this too, like I don't know how much of it's on Sark's play calling there. I thought maybe if you go back and look at the tush push, right, Arch went the wrong way.
That wasn't. That was a tush
scoot or whatever.
Yeah,
like that was
lean.
Yeah, and we can go into lack of effort too. Like, and that's what goal line. That's honestly what the goal line is, right? Like, it is who wants it more. It's dig down, get low, lowest man wins, trench warfare. Who wants it more, right? And if you look at it one more, I challenge everybody to go back. If Arch goes to the left, he
goes to the left, right?
Yeah, he scores.
Yep.
But he went to the wrong way, and again, nerves. It's week 1 for everybody, right? There are things in that game that I feel like Texas should have won and could have won. It might be, a cop out to say this, but I feel like Texas beat themselves in times. They just did.
Yeah.
I don't have too much concerns or too many concerns. My main concern is the lack of pressure that they were unable to get. And just the inconsistency with, Arch's inability to hit a 5-yard drag but then coming back and, throw even the corner that he missed, right? Like that was a really good ball. It's just, there was, timing was off for a lot of people. All in all, it sucks that we lost, but there's some concerns that we need to address, but I'm okay. I think we'll
it's a nightmare matchup for Arch Manning because you're facing Matt Patricia. And what people just fail to not realize is in the past, when we talk about where we've seen Arch make some pretty nice plays, last season, it was you're scheming for that dude as a gimmick. He's going to come in. It's going to be
sure, and then even those are predictable, right? Like
right.
All right, well, watch for the run here, watch for Arch with the run here, right? So
right.
What do you think about changing up the entire offense for Arch too, right? Like at least there was a little bit of a variety of the offense that Quinn had last year, right? What did you think about the more pro style offense? This
would have really fit Quinn Ewers. I mean, I'm thinking that as this was going on to where I'm like, okay, if this would have been more solid of what Quinn Ewers was dealing with, I think they would have made some red zone opportunities. But what Matt Patricia did, you're scheming specifically for Arch Manning, and what he did is he made him uncomfortable. And you saw Arch, I think, a couple of different times he was holding the ball a little bit too much, and it looked like if he was going to go downfield, he's going with the first receiver.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of those times the guys were in, it was the right read. I agree with, like, he was honed in and locked in from the snap instead of making post snap reads. But still, like the throws that he made, it was the right throw. Like that's or at least because I had the same criticism as well. And then we were actually at the watch party and BK's like, yeah, but that was the right read. And I'm like, yeah, it is the right read, but if you don't look the safety off, 9 times out of 10 they're going to rotate over and you're going to get picked off. So I get it. I understand completely.
The whole thing about it with the two quarterbacks, it looks like both offensive systems came in where they were going to try to let these guys work themselves into the moment, but it really looked like Ryan Day took the training wheels off a hell of a lot quicker because Julian Sayin, and what did he have to lose? What did Sayin have to lose? He turned that dude loose, and he looked like the one that was really, being able to hit targets. But Texas did a good job at the beginning. You get Jeremiah Smith flustered, you get him out of the game. So all of that, all in all, that's a really, 14-7. But I did expect to win this game, and I thought it was going to be more.
I think if you go back and play 5 times, Texas wins 3 out of the 2, honestly, or 3 out of the 5, honestly.
If these two teams play again in December or January or whenever it's going to be, I think we get a different result. I really do. But it was the moment got to Arch. And look, this kid, he'd never been in anything like that. You can talk about what he did in high school, his name, all this, that, and the other. This environment right here, this is where I totally walk back what I said last week, Wags, to where I wish San Jose State would have been first. Then you go to Ohio State because at least you get some continuity in there. At least you get a little bit of time to play. In real game time. Because look, in the fourth quarter, In the fourth quarter, Arch looked like he found his rhythm. He was still missing stuff, but you saw up tempo and you saw those passes hitting better. Again, it's just something that takes a little time, but with Arch Manning, there's no time. There was none of that afforded to him because you expected lights out, and I'm truly not surprised. I mean, they say he played bad. I think his PFL Pro Football, it was over 70%, so he still graded out okay.
He played bad, Rodney. He played bad.
He did. But it was, I mean, a lot of that was it's the moment, and I think he has never been exposed to anything like that before, and it's a learning experience. And quite frankly, Wags, I think it takes. While it's going to add some more pressure, I'm glad this Heisman talk and all that. Get that out of the way. Go out, learn your offense, get better, and win some football games.
I hear you. It's hard for me to say I disagree with you. It's hard for me to only because I don't know what the moment is, right? Mm-hmm. Like I can't sit here and as a critic say, oh, you know, he failed in the moment. The moment got to him. Like what the hell is the moment? Like I don't know what that moment is. I haven't been on that level of football, right? I haven't been at that championship caliber, so I can't sit here and say like, you know, I'm going to be hyperly critical because you missed on your moment, right? Like, I think Arch's moment has been there like before, and I don't think Arch is going to struggle in a moment, so to speak. You know, look, he was ill prepared. I don't think that the moment actually got to him. I think that he pressed on a lot of throws, and you know, could it be nerves? Sure, but it's also it's timing. It's inconsistency. You could also say that, you know, not being able to get your athletes the ball, you know, in space doesn't, you know, work in an advantage for your offense. But look at what Hartline was able to do with getting, even if it's just little 5-yard hitches, right? Like they don't have to be, you know, daggers down the field or you know, 15-yard strikes. Hell, you know, there was a time where I think, you know, a nice little wide receiver screen to get Wingo, you know, get the ball in the Wingo's hands and just see if he can create space. And then also, Rodney, we're ripping off 5 yards, you know, per run, and then 4 yards per run between both of our backs. And apparently stats do lie, because when you're winning the ground and pound and you're winning the line of scrimmage and getting 4 yards a pop, you think that you would be able to rely on that and run on that and be, especially when you're on the road, you know, to come out with a victory that way. But
yeah,
again, I'll go back to it. Inconsistency and lack of pressure on the defense for me, and that's why Texas lost by 7 points.
And then you had, I mean, you still had some of that pre-snap stuff, and that's, you know, and at the worst time is when kind of the same thing with Arch, to where it's like the missed throws and throwing some of these missiles when you really didn't have to. That was kind of the other thing, to where it's like, okay, if you kind of take a little steam off of that particular ball right there, maybe it's catchable instead of trying to, you know, laser focus that thing right into the receiver. But I would have loved to have seen it in the early part of the ball game with the run established to do some of that underneath stuff. The tight end immediately, it looked like it has become his safety blanket, because they seem to be on par. But it's odd looking back at this, that one of the things that we talked about, and I think a lot of other people talked about, is in game number one, we're concerned about the receivers. We're concerned about some of the new continuity with the receivers. Now you look at it and it's more on the quarterback. I mean, the receivers seem to be in the right spot. Wingo seemed to be in the right spot. I mean,
well, how many times was he targeted? 6, 7 times? It doesn't have the targets on the stat sheet.
Yeah, I would say that it was maybe 7 different times. But I mean, the good thing is you had Livingstone. I mean, that was the thing where that became like his guy. And I know they're roommates. I know that there's a good relationship there, but he seemed really comfortable with that guy, because when it got to crunch time, he was going to number 13, and that's who, you know, got the 7 points. But you can blame it on play calling. You can call it nerves. You can call it whatever. You just got beat. And the thing about it is,
it's just hard for me to go in and say that, you know, especially if I don't know the moment myself, it's hard for me to say, oh, he failed in the moment. Like, what the fuck is the moment?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and with the red zone stuff, I happen to think that some of the two red zone opportunities, I mean, you had some balanced play calling there. You did have a good, when people say the red zone play calling and so forth, it's a problem because you're not scoring, but at least it wasn't the constant, sweep or whatever. You did see, I'm still not the biggest fan when you get in the red zone and you're putting this dude in the shotgun.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes
but
sense.
To that point though,
No
they
sense.
did correct that, especially coming back with the quarterback sneak. It was just, Arch had the wrong read and went right instead of left. So
yeah. For the first time in the red zone, they had 6 plays in the red zone and they had him in the shotgun 5 different times. You put him under center for the ultimately the play that you didn't get in for the tush push. Pretty obvious what's going to happen right there if you put him under center. The second time you had 4 plays in the red zone and then they put him in the shotgun 3 times. So it
5 for 14 on third down. That's terrible efficiency. That's not going to win you ball games.
Yeah, no. And this is where when the game started, when you go for it on fourth down at your own 35 and you execute it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They got it though.
It's like, oh shit, here we go. I mean, this is what we've been looking for right here, and then the wheels come right off of it. I do think it was a very conservative, especially in the first half. The first half, it was just ultra conservative for me, and I'm like, man, let's mix this up a little bit.
There's a counterpoint to that, right? Like, what if you go ahead and just let the doors off of that bad boy and let him rip and let him eat, and then he throw, like Urban Meyer made a good point in the preseason game or preseason game, the pregame show there. If your nerves get to you and you throw the ball over the middle of the field, bad things happen. Hell, you put the ball in the air, 3 of them, happen, and 2 of them
eventually
are bad.
Did. So, yeah, eventually did.
We're right, but I mean that was after I would think the nerves kind of sailed, and he was still he was looking to press at that moment, right? He was trying to make something happen. That was latter stages in the ball game.
Yeah,
but still, like you go over there and let the open the doors off and be super aggressive with it, and then all of a sudden it's a pick 6 right out of the gate, and that changes the whole mentality of the game or whole philosophy and attack strategy of the game, right? Like I don't know, I'm okay with how Sark stuck to the script in the first half and kind of eased into this thing. Honestly, it looked like everything was there in terms of play calling. A lot of it was execution, Rodney. Like in
what it was. Yeah.
It's week 1, right? Like I think Sark's approach to this was okay, and Flood's approach to this was okay, right? Get the ball to your playmakers, get them in space, and expect, or maybe not rely, but kind of think that missed tackles are going to happen or undisciplined stuff's going to happen, right? Breakdown in coverages or having the wrong reads or the wrong calls on the defense too, right? Somebody doesn't break down and now all of a sudden a 5-yard hitch turns into a 30-yard scamper. You know what I mean? Just because somebody missed a tackle. It's week 1 for everybody. Play off of people's negatives too, right? And play off of people's shortcomings. Take the easy things. Like that's what I was always taught as a player, right? In week 1, do the basics right, and you'll ultimately come away with a victory because people are so busy and focused on getting everything down that they miss on the fundamentals.
Yeah. And with the running attack, I mean, I think it's a great 166 yards, man. I don't care if it's one dude that does it, 2, 3.
Both backs were eating. Both of them. And I need to say something too real quick. Like I know I give a lot of shit to CJ Baxter just because he's prone to injury or whatever, but I mean, Rodney, there were times like even when he wasn't getting rushes, he was picking up, blitzes and stuff to give Arch more time. Like I thought CJ Baxter played fantastic. And, that's how do you stick with one running back like Wisner or whatever when you have a back like Baxter? So it's tough. You're trying to get in. I think these two are top 10 in the SEC. So it's, you want to give them their touches, right? Each of them their touches. It's, but me, like I'm a fan of going with one back and sticking with them, right? So
well, you know these dudes average 4 and 5 yards a carry, and you're not going to argue with that anytime. I mean, but the other part about it is these dudes are going to be hellacious wags between the tackles. That's where because that's where they were chewing up their yards. I mean, it's between the tackles, up the gut, whatever you want to call it.
How'd you feel about the hesitation with the backs? Like, did you feel they hesitated a little? I mean, it's hard to say that they did anything wrong because they averaged 4 and 5, right? But how did you feel about a little bit? I felt they were a little bit indecisive, and they flirted and danced a little bit at the line of scrimmage instead of being decisive in hitting.
I think a lot of that goes, again, credit to Matt Patricia. The different schemes and everything that he brought right there. You didn't really have the bona fide spot of which way to go. And I mean, think if they didn't have that hesitation, we'd be talking about 6 or 7 yards per carry probably for these guys. But man, this is where, in the big scheme of things, if you get this working to where these guys can just gouge you between the tackles, and then you're able to move Arch along the outside, or whoever it's going to be. If you've got somebody a wide receiver, a reverse or something like that, to where this offense can gel itself. Zay and I were talking about this. It's a new offense. I mean, I know you've got Heisman Trophy projected guy back there, but it's a whole different system. I mean, the guys on the outside, but look, I think the offensive line did a damn good job on Saturday.
A lot of penalties, man.
Well, that's that pre-snap stuff that it's like those are the ones that really get me. You know the snap count, false starts, all that shit.
Gooseby missed
going to happen.
Gooseby missed a pretty big block that rushed Arch's throw, and instead of us getting the first down at that last the last fourth down, right, when we didn't convert, Gooseby missed the block there. And I don't know, like you're right, ultimately I think the offensive line did play well, but hey, week 1 for everybody, right? Week 1 for everybody.
And this, look, the positive out of this is
they played okay.
Yeah, I give them a passing grade. But you take on one of the best teams in the country, and I know that that's kind of the cop out of, well, Texas lost, but they
had to reload. That best team in the country had to reload, so it's not they're not the defending national champions because it's a different team. All right, but then again, exactly. So I don't know. I'm getting upset. Sorry.
Well, and the whole thing is like you mentioned, Ohio State lost in the stats big time. I mean, when you look at 336 to 215, you get in total yards.
They didn't belong in the damn game. They really didn't. Like, it's wild.
No. If you just look at the stat line, it's like Texas wins this game probably 24 to, I don't know,
by 10. They win by 10.
Yeah, but the execution is not there. The mistakes are there, and then the timeliness of the mistakes and the penalties. And you're not going to win football games. I mean, yeah, you'll beat San Jose and Sam Houston and whoever else, but you're not going to beat Florida that way, for crying out loud. So you got a little bit of time to work on this, but this is where everything's going to shift, because the next 3 weeks this team ought to be really, really good. But you know what's hanging over them? Well, yeah, but they can't do that against Georgia, Ohio State, that type of quality of opponent. But
it's tough to sit here and say that. Losses are good in times, but in the day of age of college football, where it's really hard to be undefeated, and especially if you're going to be in a playoff bracket in the playoff system that allows for 1-loss teams, or hell, maybe even an argument for a strong 2-loss team to be in here. Yeah. This could be a little bit of a gift, and I'm not a fan. I don't subscribe to the thought of moral victories. I don't believe in that horse shit. But a loss sometimes is a galvanizing loss, right? And I don't wish for losses, but when there's a team that's number 1 and ranked number 1 based off of hype, and they have a quarterback that really hasn't thrown that many snaps or taken that many snaps or thrown that many throws, but he's projected number 1 to win the Heisman just because of a legacy name, or a namesake, so to speak. Got every damn endorsement, or seemingly like he's got every endorsement out there, and he's only he comes off the field, and then you see him again with the commercial on the screen. Yeah, it's gonna get to you, I would think, right? Like it's going to get in your head. I think it got into everybody's head, right? Now it's time to turn that shit off and be like, hey, man, let's, as Saban calls it, the rat poison. Let's come down to reality. Let's deflate all this horse shit and let's get back to business. Let's get back to ball. All right. Hopefully this is a wake up call, because if you don't address this stuff in Florida next month, you're going to be feeling the same feeling again. Like, yeah. And that's the thing too. Like, losses, man, my coach used to say, hey, don't let it get to you. Don't let it get you down. Bullshit. Feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Let it burn. Let it burn so you don't feel this feeling again, because it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Just throw it away. Oh, don't let it get you. Bullshit. You let it eat at you, and you let it eat all week, and you let it feed the burn and feed the fire to make you come out there and kick somebody's ass for the next part of the season, right? And then when you get to Florida, you remember this feeling again. And then you juice it on up, and you be like, all right, let's turn it up. And then you take care of Florida. You take care of business. You take that same type of fuel into Georgia, and then finish it out with A&M. Losses suck.
And I see, I saw this morning, it's like, okay, so after week one, everything prefaced with after week one, who's number one? I don't care about number one.
Number one, it's probably Penn State, honestly. But I mean,
I don't care.
I would think that Ohio State has the tougher win over Texas, but Penn State rolled.
LSU looked really good. Yeah,
LSU was able to beat Clemson in the latter portions of the game. Penn State looked. It's the sisters of the weak and unscrupulous. But Ohio State beating the number one, Ohio State being 3 and beating the number 1, I would say Ohio State would get the nod. And of course, I want no hate on Ohio State. I want Ohio State to go to win out until they play us again in the national championship or whatever.
Yeah. Kate Klubnik struggled. So that there's that also. But the whole thing about it is you got to focus on the college football playoff. And here's kind of the eye opener too, to where it's like, oh man, with that one loss, maybe you don't get a home playoff game. You need to go. If anything you take out of this, you see the hostile environments right there. You only lost by 7. You go on the road and you go, look, it's hell to play in the Horseshoe. I've been told. I've never played there, obviously, but the fact that you're able to do that, you take it as a learning experience, and you do wear it, like you said. I mean, you do wear this. This should grind at your guts for the rest of the season. How you felt, deflated. You're deflated going into this because everybody told you how good you were and how you were going to win this game, and you didn't. So that's where you take it as that opportunity, because it is. You got some big ones that are coming up, and the time to fix things before you go to the swamp. That's what I want to see. But that's where it's going to be hard, Wags, because these next three games, everything's going to look fixed. Everything's going to look fixed. But then when you go to the swamp, that's when you really find out. And that's 3 weeks to figure it out, man.
That's what I was saying. Where do you want to go next, partner?
Let's head on out to BK.
We had a whole slate. We talk to our clients, and then we can go down the rest of the slate. I got pee real quick though.
Yep. You got it. Here we go. Word from our friends at Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Be sure and check them out for your new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Also got to tell you about our man, the great Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Hey, man, a fighter for the people right there. If you're looking for a personal injury attorney, if you're hurt on the job, if you're in any situation, we list off different things where you may need a personal injury attorney. Well, you never know what kind of situation you're going to get into. But put this number in your phone right now, 512-938-8929. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's aggressive in court, but he's very compassionate with the clients. Best thing about it, guys, if you don't win your case, you don't pay. No retainers, none of that stuff. And you're dealing with the hurricane. You're not dealing with admins. You're not dealing with interns and none of that stuff. I saw a personal injury attorney commercial over the weekend to where it's like, the guy has won his case, and he says, "Oh my goodness, if I could insert the guy's name that supposedly won his case. If I could meet him, I'd shake his hand." The guy comes out, shakes his hand, and give him a hug. Never worked with him. That's not the case with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Not going to let those big insurance companies bully you around either, because that's the first call you're going to get. "Hey, we've got a deal for you." "No, Steve Harvey, I don't want your deal. You talk to the Hurricane. We're going to get this, and he's going to put money in my pocket. And if he doesn't, you are not going to pay." 512-938-8929, a Longhorn through and through. Check him out today. Shoot him over an email if you need him. Ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That is Ryan@HECHT-lawfirm.com. Also, McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. You're looking for that outdoor space renovation coming up for the summertime. Football is here. You want to set up that tremendous outdoor space because temperatures are going to cool off. They're really going to cool off. It's 70-something degrees where I'm at this morning, and I think we're going to have some high 80s and some 90s, but I'm sure it's going to jump back up. But if you want that outdoor space, hey, man, check out Mike McCall. 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Of course, with the interior of the home as well. Kitchen remodel, bath remodel, living room remodel. Maybe the kids have moved out of the house. You want to renovate some of those extra bedrooms. You want to turn them into more of a guest room, not a kid's room. They'll take care of that for you too. Check them out today. Call or text our man, Mike, 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes.
Hey, real quick before we move down to the rest of the slate from week one, can we hear from Sark? I got some Sark sound right here. Can we hear some Sark on QBs? Do you mind if I get that out there for you?
Roll with it, brother.
Are you going to be able to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. On the goal line situation, I felt like it was kind of an odd where the ball finished kind of almost inside the 1 yard line. It was like, okay, we've been really working hard on our sneak stuff, and we had ran one earlier, obviously, in the game, and I felt like, hey, we don't give them a chance to sub to real big people. We went with a sneak. I think they got under us pretty good and kind of took Arch's legs out from them. Hindsight's 20/20. If I could do it all over again, we probably sub, and they put their big guys, and we put our big guys in, and see if we can get in the end zone.
All right, so that was.
I like the logic.
Same here. So I like simplifying things too, right? Our biggest criticism was that Sarkisian at times in the red zone, looks flustered or doesn't look like he knows what to do or doesn't know where he wants to go. Not doesn't know what he knows what to do, but doesn't know where he wants to go because of all the plays that he might have at his disposal, right? A lot of the motion stuff, just to try and see, what the defense is in to see if they got it in disguise. Most of the time, they're probably going to be locked up, right? Or they're probably going to be in, man underneath, I would think. I don't know. It's tough for me when you're down in the red zone and you see, all this type of movement and all this type of motion. Simplicity is best for me, and I thought that's what he did. He's heard criticism in the past, and when he got down there, he simplified things and reduced a little bit of the playbook. It just sucks that the execution failed, and instead of, and again, like he said, hindsight's 20/20. When he goes back and watches the film, they had a chance to get in, they just went the wrong way. If they go left, they slide in, off B gap, and they're in for 6. So it's tough. But he mentioned, speed and tempo and trying to get up to the line and rushing that as well. Maybe that at that moment, to your point, Rodney, that's where, Arch, it failed to see like, okay, I'm going too fast right now. I need to slow this thing down. Maybe he understands, look over the line and, direct your line and make them slide to the strength that you need them to slide to, and then, wedge in that way. Again, it's week one for everybody. I can't stress that enough.
And this is where I think that it is different now, because when Ohio State sees that formation, especially after the shotgun stuff and all the different
not just Ohio State, when the rest of the SEC, like the SEC, we were on full display for everybody.
Absolutely. When you see that formation and you see Arch under center, I saw it. I'm like, Arch is going to try to go over. I mean, I knew that, and that's where if that had been Quinn Ewers there, it's like, all right, he might roll and try to throw it, or he might pitch or whatever. That's where the unpredictability was a little different with Quinn, because he didn't have the ability that Arch has or supposed to have.
Right.
So it was just Matt Patricia was the big winner in this whole thing.
No, I thought he schemed fantastic.
Like great.
Patricia's game plan was pretty damn solid. So a couple of things that I took away from A&M too, right? I don't know if you watched A&M in San Antonio, Texas San Antonio, but look, there was when A&M got in the red zone, they kept it pretty simple too, right? Now they ran some crossing routes too, and one thing that I would love to take away from Texas A&M is if injuries is starting to emerge as a safety valve or your safety target, especially in the red zone, what if you just factor him in and just make him one of the first reads, right? Have him do a little bit of a mesh coming across the in a crossing route right behind the line of scrimmage, or hell, maybe even behind the line of scrimmage, and then have him released out into the flat there, kind of like what Texas A&M did. What's that do? It creates a gap right behind the no zone too, and then right where that linebacker's at, that outside linebacker's at, he's going to veer outside to the left, or maybe in that portion, it's probably even going to be a nickel at that time, right? He's going to veer out to the left a little bit, or out to the flat a little bit, and that linebacker is going to naturally get drawn into the hook. It opens that window wide open, and if that linebacker cheats over, then who was ever releasing out of the backfield, he stops right there in the center, or if the wide receiver or the Z on the other side can come back to the wide receiver and just sit right there into the middle rather, and just sit right there into that zone, it's a touchdown. It's a wide open touchdown, I would think. A nice, easy throw, but you have multiple options there. It's what I took away from Texas A&M in their red zone. If you're trying to get Arch into an RPO situation and roll him out that way, I think that's fine. It's fantastic and works to his advantage. The run game, when you have Baxter or Trey Wisner that can eat up inside of the tackles like that, keep it simple, go right off tackle, right? Or
yeah.
Again, doing the run right up the middle, I think that's kind of predictable, right? Like people can see that coming, but I'm not a fan of counters in the red zone. I think it takes too much time. It's not as detrimental as snapping the ball backwards into a shotgun formation, but counters in the red zone just allows the defense to read, and even if there is a stumble on the defense, it allows them to catch their footing and get right back and kind of get where they need to be and correct themselves, right? I think if you're aggressive and decisive and win at the point of attack, rather, you have the advantage. And usually the offense that just goes straight forward, goes in and tears it up and eats it up. The running game I thought was fantastic, Rodney. It's hard for me to sit here and bitch about the line on the running game when I feel like they won the line of scrimmage and trench warfare just on a couple of plays, when they had to drop back for predictable passing scenarios, right? Situational football, right? And again, a credit to that is Patricia and schemes too. But I thought at times that's where they came up short. And at least, we have a nice little baseline for us to build off of, man.
And I think some of with the red zone, with the running attack, kind of what we were talking about here on the program is you're not going to have the tendency to run sweeps and all this shit, because you don't have guys that are going to break to the outside and just have blazing speed. That's where maybe.
Do you feel like we have the blazing speed? Do you feel like there is enough speed to get the edge in this offense?
I think if they
or
get
do you
into
have to run an extension of the sweep and run like a wide receiver screen?
Exactly. That's exactly what I think you have to do. I think you get either one of these backs. I think you get them into the second level, you get them into the linebacker level, then you've got some speed to execute the play further. But I don't think that you have these guys that are just going to be able to break to the outside and sweep and then turn up field. I mean, I think you're going to do that more with a wide receiver. Is going to be your tendency to do that. But that's where these next 3 weeks are going to be so imperative, I think, because you'll have the opportunity to figure some of this stuff out. To have to try to figure this out against Matt Patricia and that defense, holy shit! I mean, that's a tall task.
Did you watch Texas A&M and UTSA?
No, I was gone for Texas A&M.
Just these little swing out passes that they were doing to Craver with, or just getting just like a little swing, having him, in the backfield or having him go in motion, and then all of a sudden it's just a little bit. It's an extension of the run. It just gets him. It allows him to catch in stride while he's got momentum, and it gets him in space to like one cut and he's gone. He's got so much speed and his strides are so long. That's what I'm envisioning with Ryan Wingo.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he's got that top end speed that everybody's talking about, why not utilize it, right? Like I thought Hartline did a good job with getting Smith, the ball in space on Saturday too. And if you can take anything away from A&M, from little brother, the way that they were able to get their speed and utilize their speed, man, that's something that Texas needs to eat up and take a recipe of, man.
And I think the thing about it is we're now after week one, you've established that 16 and 13, that Livingstone is a really, really good option right there for Arch Manning. That's going to afford you the opportunity. You got DeAndre Moore over on the other side. That's going to afford you the opportunity to use Wingo as more for those speed tasks, like talk, or hopefully you utilize him more for some of those speed tasks right there. But and these two running backs, and CB mentions that right there, Baxter, so surprised with the productivity. And I think the next couple of weeks you're going to let that dude. I didn't think that he was quite that ready to play, to be honest with you. When I saw him doing what he's doing, I was kind of back on my heels a little bit thinking, oh, man.
Hopefully we can build off the run game too, right? Here's Sark on the run game.
The most encouraging things from today was our ability to run the football. And I thought Trey and Cedric both had really good games. I think they both averaged, just about 4, 5, 6 yards a carry, whatever it was. I thought our offensive line, who had so many question marks coming in, their ability to move people at the line of scrimmage. But the reality of it was we were playing with a long field, kind of a lot of the game. We never could create a turnover or get the ball where you had some advantageous field position. So we had to drive. There was drives that had to happen, and then we didn't finish those drives when we had chances too. But I was definitely encouraged with the offensive line and Trey, and then obviously Cedric. First game back after an entire year off, and the way that he played today was definitely encouraging.
Again, now I know we've been pretty negative, and rightfully so, right? You can't be that positive coming off of a loss, right? But there are some things to build off of, and one of them is the run. When you have a running back, like he said, averaging 4 and 5 a pop, it's really not, even if one goes down, even if you don't plan on using them as a tandem, if you're just going to have one as a bell cow, you have succession, in your wings, right? You know that you can have success come right in as a spell back and not miss a step, right? And then you got Gibson, right behind these guys too. So in terms, of tough running and tough sledding, you have even the 4 horsemen of the backfield if you really want to utilize Arch too. Building and he touched on the offensive line, trench warfare as well, right? They were okay. They were good.
They were good enough.
They were good enough on Saturday, right? But here's the thing: inconsistency. It was inconsistency not just with Arch, but also in the offensive line as well, which could have led to some inconsistent throws for Arch too, right? It all goes hand in hand. Again, it's tough to build off of, and we would be pretty foolish if we didn't think that Ohio State, especially based if they can take care of Penn State, they could probably go clean. Realistically, if they beat Penn State, the schedule is in favor of them. I don't see too many other people. Illinois, they're at Illinois. That could be a tough Saturday for them, but they got Penn State at home, right? If they're in Michigan, I mean, hell, Underwood looked pretty good on Saturday. Michigan, might. And of course, consider the opposition, but Michigan can probably roll as well. So it's going to be a long season, like we've been talking about. But I'm positive. It's good to have some positivity to build off of, especially in the run game and off the offensive line.
And when you look at this game, I mean, honestly, it was a 7-7 ball game. I mean, you had the Carnell tape play. I mean, there's the big hitter.
Even that was busted coverage, right?
That was busted coverage. Yeah. So conceivably 7-7 is what you played these guys to.
Again, and do you feel like we played good, or do you feel like we played bad? Do you feel, or let me rephrase
defense
it.
was great.
Do you feel like we aided Ohio State in beating ourselves?
Untimely mistakes. Just
Okay.
the untimely mistakes. You beat yourself. You beat yourself. Yes, Ohio State wins the game, but look on defense, man. This great Grayson Littleton. I mean, when you want to talk about living up to some hype right there,
True freshman. I mean, let's thank you. Let's end on a positive note. Let's end on some positivity. All right,
dude. I mean, that
dude
that
had the
right
hardest
there.
assignment, the hardest assignment in the nation on Saturday, and he showed up.
Yeah, that's where you talk about the art stuff. It's not near the hype, but when you hear somebody's that good, and what were we questioning? Secondary. So now it's like, okay, I feel better about that. Manny Muhammad, I thought this was going to be where he's going to answer some stuff, but he too, a couple of little things there. But this Littleton guy, man,
I hope Ohio State's offensive line is going to win. If it's not going to be Texas's offensive line, I hope it's Ohio State's offensive line that's going to win every award. Every acclamation, every superlative, right? Look, every accolade. There's no reason that a defensive line as talented and ferocious as Texas could only generate one tackle for loss.
Yeah.
So I will say, back to the defense, and I'm not trying to end on negativity, but that's a little that gives me a little bit of concern. All right. And again, that's why I hope that that Ohio State's offensive line is superior, because damn, I was expecting a lot more out of that. Secondary surprised me on how well they played, right? With the lack of pass rush that they were getting. So
yeah, and the thing is that
am I wrong? I didn't. Did you see a pass rush? Because I didn't. I didn't see that.
Ethan Burke. I mean, Ethan Burke was
the rush that Colin Simmons, the pressure that Simmons did get on him.
Yeah,
they were flagged for illegal hands in the face. But
yeah,
again, Ohio State, the most disciplined team I've ever seen in week one.
Ethan Burke was good coming off the edge. I mean, he was very consistent right there. But there wasn't a lot of Colin Simmons. There wasn't a lot of Anthony Hill. I mean, the one TFL
was there. The run stuff was there.
Yeah. The one TFL was Leona Lafau. And it's like, if I'd have put money on that, you're going to have one TFL. Who's it going to be? I probably wouldn't have bet on Leona Lafau. He was solid. That was another one of those guys. Kind of
he missed that tackle on.
He did.
Donaldson though.
He did. But it was.
It's all right. You can't be perfect, but if he makes that tackle, he keeps Donaldson out of the end zone.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it, to where it's like it's just so much of with the. Yes, it's a loss, but it was Arch. That's the whole thing. That's what you're seeing. It's like Arch is not living up to expectation. One game against a really, really good defense.
I think I have confidence and optimism that he corrects it and gets, or else it's going to be one. Gents, just strap in. If this is a telling tale of what we saw, it's going to be even longer of a year. But
and
I think he's going to be okay. Double R.
I saw a lot of chatter on message boards as the game's going on, to where it's like Arch needs Sark needs to get him out of there. I'm like, who's he going to put in? Quinn ain't here.
Knee jerk reactions.
Yeah.
Hey, big surprise. Florida State, right?
I would say so.
I would have to.
Alabama is. I'm glad Alabama got beat that way.
Is Florida State the surprise, or is Alabama the surprise?
I'm more surprised with Alabama, because everything that we've talked about, everything that we've read and heard from Tuscaloosa is how loaded this squad is. And look, their new quarterback, he was apparently not as prepared as we thought he was going to be, or that A.J. McCarron, remember we played that sound,
sure, yeah,
as prepared as he was going to be, because they got whooped. They got whooped. But I'll tell you what, Florida State, they've done a good job of rebuilding. They've put themselves together, pretty nice little squad right there.
Pretty quick. Yeah. Especially, with the talent that they got to try and contend with, or pull in recruits out of the pipeline with Miami and Florida. Cause both, all three of these programs are, seemingly like they're rebuilding pretty quickly right now, right? Miami looked great last night.
Miami looked awesome last night, man.
Oh man, Leonard Moore, man, on national spotlight last night, man, was who I forget who the gentleman, the kid that made that catch, but Jesus, man, probably week one getting catch of the year already nominations. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude,
that grab I can't remember. Yeah, that was on Leonard Moore, double move that beat
man.
Leonard Moore that time. But
that was a thing of beauty right there. That was a thing of beauty. But and to Notre Dame's credit, I mean, yeah, Miami looks pretty good. Miami looks really damn good. CJ Carr, that young dude, he looked pretty poised. He looked everything that Arch didn't. He looked comfortable. He looked he didn't seem frazzled. He didn't have the deer in the headlights look. He seemed primed up and ready for that matchup. But again, game one, but Notre Dame's going to be fine as well. But Miami's
defense looked all right except for that one play, right? That one blown coverage there. Miami looked all right too. 27-24. Biggest takeaway from that game was how well Beck played. I didn't think that Beck would actually, and I got to walk that back. Beck had a decent first half, right? Like the second half, and Miami kind of just stuttered. I thought Miami was actually going to let that thing kind of get away from him, right? And then all of a sudden they were able to pull it out with a field goal, last second field goal. No, they had to put their defense back on the field too to kind of finish it off. But still, man,
field goal not made by Bert Auburn. Where's that dude? I thought that's where he transferred to. Carson Beck, 20 of 31, 205 yards, 2 touchdowns.
So Naaman, look, man, I'm with you, but I think I think the script was okay on Saturday for me, right? And especially in the red zone. I thought he simplified himself and kind of reduced a lot of the things that he was, getting hit on. Just complicating the play call, complicating things inside the red zone, right? I thought he went straight forward. I loved the approach. I just thought that we executed wrong. And again, we'll see that. He will see that when he watches the playback. I'm sure he's already watched the playback already by now a few times. But I thought being simple inside the red zone was a breath of fresh air. Now, and you can argue with some of the play calls in situations, sure. But ultimately, like, I thought most of it on the day was on Arch, like not being able to complete 5-yard crossing routes. And again, we know what Sark likes to do with his quarterbacks. He likes to get them the easy stuff to build the confidence, right? So that they can, hit the long balls in deep situations and in crucial moments, right? Or just have confidence in themselves to throw a wide receiver open. Arch was able to do that sporadically on Saturday, but ultimately, when you're missing the underneath stuff as often as he was, it's really hard to build a rhythm. And I don't think that's on Sark too much. There were a few moments where I questioned, a couple of play call sequences, but ultimately I was happy with the play call selection. I was displeased with the execution on Saturday, but I appreciate your comment.
It was really weird to just sit and watch the constant run. I mean, I have a problem with it because
there was a lot of predictability. There was,
yes.
Right?
But it was still productive. Was the thing with it, to where it's like running again. And I mentioned this on Saturday, to where it's like I saw some folks saying, "Oh, this game is dragging out." That was a fast game. They were done like at 2:20. So that was extremely fast. But it's I mean, I hate to sit here and say, well, you move on. You can't let this one haunt you. You let it gnaw at you all freaking season long. Maybe give you a little bit of fire up your ass to get some.
That's what I'm saying. Use this, right? Like, don't let this go to waste. Like, don't let this beat you twice, right?
Yeah.
Like, let it beat you once and then win from it.
And here's the key right here. It was 2 really good defenses. Look, that Ohio State offense wasn't brilliant. Julian Sayin he managed that game the way he had to do it. He grew into his own quicker, I think, than Arch did. He looked more comfortable, and he made the plays when he had to make them.
Well,
so
he was in a better environment. He was in a more favorable environment. I'll say that.
Well, so. and like we said, Wags, when you have this 1 versus 3, and you have these high powered expectations and everything, conceivably you're a 7-7 game. What does that tell you? That's a lot of defense, man. That is a whole lot of defense.
Yeah, a lot of untimely mistakes too. What's up, Jay Guns? What's up, brother?
What up?
Oh, just Monday morning quarterback in this thing.
Yeah, how are we feeling? How are we feeling by the water cooler this morning?
Not great. Not great. That is almost the exact opposite of what anyone could have wanted from this game after an entire off season that goes back to January 11th. That's the egg that gets laid. I thought the defense was great, but it can't.
Do you think the defense was great?
They held Ohio State to 14
for sure.
points.
But are you not disappointed with the lack of pass rush we had?
Yeah, they need to get home more. They need to cause more pressure, but
that's concerning for me, honestly. Especially
the killer was the touchdown pass, but like we said, that was blown coverage.
That was blown coverage.
Yeah, and also playing Ohio State is so much different than anyone else on the schedule.
In Ohio State too, right, Jay Guns? It's different. I agree.
Yeah, you can't rush more than 4 or 5 ever and feel good about it versus Ohio State. You can't do that. Versus Georgia, even with the transfers they have, they'll have 2 guys that'll worry you in one-on-one coverage. Everyone, maybe Florida, the same thing. A&M probably same thing with how Concepcion played. Everyone else, they don't.
Craver too. Craver was nasty as well, man, for A&M.
He's not bad. Concepcion's a guy, though.
He's what do they call him? He's stridey or whatever. His strides are crazy. That's what makes him look so damn fast, man. He covers a lot of ground, dude.
Yeah. But just with Ohio State, they had a good game plan. Like Naaman Roberts said, they're getting the ball out quick.
Yeah, they did.
They have a receiver room of entirely future NFL players.
Sure. 100.
Yeah.
It's hard to defend against, but for it being week 1 and also for Texas having to prepare for a play caller who's never called plays, yes, there's good and bad things about that, a lot of nuance to it because you don't know what the hell he's going to call. So, I thought the defense was great. Like you said, they need to generate more pressure on the passer. They just have to.
That was the biggest disappointment that I had of Saturday. It wasn't so much Arch. It was us being not able to get to the quarterback on a brand new unit.
Yeah, and especially too, it's not. They weren't going against Josh Simmons. They weren't going against
guys. I'm gonna check out. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother. Be good, man.
Or DeWanda Roberts, whatever his name is from a few years ago. They weren't playing NFL players at tackle. They were playing good college players who might have a shot at, I guess, the NFL, maybe a day 3 pick. But those weren't those top of the line trench bodies, trench guys that they played at Georgia last year or at Ohio State last year in the Cotton Bowl or whatnot. So that's definitely concerning. But I do think a big part of at least in the box score, not seeing pressures, not seeing sacks is because they didn't do anything super exotic or at least
no, it was vanilla for sure. They didn't dial it up.
So I don't know, but man, the offense.
Yeah, you can't struggle with crossing routes, amigo. You know what I mean? You can't. There were times where he looked like he made a couple of pro throws, but then there were times where he looked like a JV quarterback in high school. So it was very inconsistent for me.
The thing that scares me the most about Arch's performance, what is going on mechanically?
Right? When did the arm slide come into play? Did Quinn Ewers say, "Hey, man, I'm leaving, so you got to develop this real quick. You got to keep this thing and pass it down." I don't understand it. And it looked like it was rushed throws, hurried throws. And I'm not, a quarterback guru. I'm not going to sit here and dissect everything that the guy does, but I can tell you from a bird's eye view that doesn't look natural. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like the Arch we saw last year when he was letting it fly and eating it up. It especially didn't look like his deliverable or his release when he threw that dagger to Livingstone in the corner there, right?
Yeah. It was, I don't know if it was the moment, if there's some injury we don't know about that's been getting covered up, which I highly doubt.
Is there a narrative out there that his release and mechanics are too slow, and that's why he kind of hurried and dialed it up?
He's never had a problem mechanics-wise.
Right?
Besides just, how accurate he was, the poise and just the projection as far as the play style of the player and all the physical tools, Like, he was 1 overall out of high school because he had arguably like the best mechanics out of anyone in that class, anyone you'll ever see at the high school level. He was great the last 2 years, and he'd come in and play mechanically. There wasn't any breakdowns versus UTSA. There wasn't really any versus Mississippi State. But I mean, you're watching him, and it's like you said, he can't hit in routes. He can't hit them. He's throwing them behind Ryan Wingo, who's like 6'2" with like a 6'6.5" wing.
Right.
You know, and like, I know the saying, if you can touch it, you can catch it. He touched it with both hands.
Right.
With one
Yeah,
foot,
but still, like when you're going back and against momentum, it's tough.
Like, you know how hard that is to ask someone to make that catch and they're running full speed, and they know Caleb Downs is right there trying to break his fucking neck.
Exactly. Knowing who the opposition is too, right? Knowing the best player in football is on right next to you. He played so bad at times. Like I almost like thought to myself, is this guy on the take? Like, you know what I mean? Like, some of the throws just didn't make sense. Like, and again,
Arch Manning of all people doing backdoor deals.
Arch Manning doesn't need to be on the take, right? But I mean, holy shit! Like, that's how insane I was, watching this game. That's the madness that it was making me have. Man. It was tough to watch. It was,
man, and I will say, like, I need one of my college sources to send me their PFF Ultimate login so I can watch the All 22. Because I need to see that, because like, you can't see a ton on the broadcast, but it definitely felt like, mechanically, yes, Arch could have been better. A lot of this shit was on him as far as the incompletions go. A lot of them were. But also, think there's a little bit of what happened to Connor Wigman versus Notre Dame last year, where everyone scapegoated him. He did play poorly, but also Notre Dame ran man the entire time, and A&M receivers didn't get any separation. That's why they spent more in the portal at wide receiver than anyone else in college football. But, like, they couldn't get open versus Notre Dame last year. That didn't happen every single play versus Ohio State. But, like, at the end of the day, you have to give a lot of respect to Matt Patricia, the way he schemed that for them. Because I'm almost positive he's defended against Sark before when he was in the NFL. This dude is used to scheming against NFL quarterbacks who have been in the NFL for a long time.
It was a tough assignment for Arch, right?
Like, the best of the best. And it's like, oh, hey, your job is to scheme against this 20-year-old now.
Right.
Find his weaknesses and expose them. It's a lot easier.
Everybody thinks he's going to win the Heisman on his first throw. So
Exactly. It's a lot easier. So I think Patricia gets a lot of credit. I think their defense gets a lot of credit and coverage and the way they defended Texas. But I mean, man, the mechanic stuff where it's like, hey, this is a first down if Arch doesn't miss him. He's wide open. There's no pressure in his face, and he just missed him. Like, are you trying to be superhero and throw the laces off the ball? Because some of the balls, too, it's like, why is he throwing it?
Yeah, super speed, like cannons, right? Like, what happened to the touch? Just a little bit of the touch.
In other, like, passing plays, it's like, why the hell did he throw it to him? Like, he made a few wrong reads where even in the RPO action, it's like,
and locked in on people, right? Like,
yeah,
locked in on people too, and wouldn't come off the read. So yeah, again, maybe he was just going with comfort and going with what he knows, because he couldn't really check down in that type of atmosphere, or couldn't really make adjustments, or couldn't get the hand and arm signals down. I've tried to go back and forth and make excuses for it. Ultimately, he played like shit. And I think he'll be the first to tell you that. Or, in fact, he did tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to play better going forward if they're going to – I don't know where the Natty's at this year.
No.
But
I don't – and, again, I never really thought that this was our year. I think next year's our year better than this year. But still, like, just to stay optimistic, it's the land of, or it's the era of, you can be, one, hell, maybe even a 2-loss team and still be able to get to the national championship in the playoff era of football, right? Like, you don't have to have the undefeated season. It looks better on the results for the schedule, of course, but those days are long and gone behind us, man. It just Monday mornings like this suck, especially when you think that you could have beat the team you just executed poorly, right? Like, even going back to the quarterback sneak, right? I don't think it was a bad play call. I just think they rushed up to the line, too fast, and they didn't, see where the strength was. If Arch goes left, they score.
right? It wasn't a matter of the line getting up underneath of him. It was, Arch went right and got stuffed. If he goes left over B gap, he scores. So
yeah, and I mean, they got to figure the red zone shit out.
yeah, I mean, but it is encouraging though that they simplified and reduced things, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if he pitched it, I don't think Sark would have made it out of that stadium. Like, if he tried to pitch it on the goal line again, because they still got number 2. Cam Williams and Jack Sawyer might be gone.
Yeah, I know.
They still got number 2 back there. So
yeah, Sawyer's gone, but Downs is still there. No, you're
with Texas in the red zone. It's like I like the approach to finally just trying to QB sneak it on the one. They obviously didn't get it. And like it is weird because like I haven't gone back and watched the game or even the highlights. It's one of those where you don't really want to.
Yeah, it sucked. It sucked watching it. Like it's just like, God, this was pain. How did we not get this? You know what I mean? Like there was a lot of that when I was.
It was a good game. It was close, but like for how much hype it got and all this stuff building up to it, like
the city,
kind of a fucking stinker. Boring to watch,
game, dude.
Like neither team wanted to throw it down the field. It was just But with Texas in the red zone, though, like they've had these problems. They've existed with multiple different players at the helm, different personnel or whatnot. Just start trying different shit, man. At this point, I'd be cool with them putting Khalil Lockett in one play a game just to throw fade balls on the 5-yard line. And I know people hate the fade in the red zone, but like at this point, you got to try something else. You got to try different things.
Were you
see
able
what
to
works,
see-
and also try spreading them out.
Creating space, yeah.
Going
did
five
you see
wide,
any, Texas A&M?
going 5 wide, motioning someone into the backfield and handing it off to like Jack Endries or Michael Terry or Nick Townsend or Ryan Wingo or literally anyone. Like they got to try different things. So
A&M ran some
I don't
good
know.
mesh schemes inside, inside the red zone that freed up a lot of their players. I hope that's something that Sark's able to take out of their playbook or whatever. But I'm a fan of mesh schemes. I think it creates natural separation in space. I think everybody knows that too. What's up, Nick?
How we doing?
How was your weekend, buddy? We're talking about how we could have gone in there, and if Coach would have put me in, we would have won the national championship and all that shit.
Yeah,
How
I
are you
got
doing?
just about every game wrong this weekend as far as picking the winners of these games.
I got
South
Miami
Carolina,
money line right.
probably
That's the only one I got.
Yeah, just a weekend I did not expect across the board.
How's the pro news looking like? What's up?
Cowboys started practice on Friday for their preparation against the Eagles this week, and practice today and tomorrow, and then we're off to Philly on Wednesday. It's going to be fun, man.
Look at you, man. God, do me a favor. Piss on that stadium when you're there for me. I'll supply the beer when you get back.
Yeah,
God,
it's going to be fun.
do us all a favor and give us an early Christmas for that. All right, gents, I'm going to
We're
jump
gonna
out of
see
here,
the-
man. Y'all have a great Monday. I'll be listening. Jordan, thanks for chopping it up. Good conversation, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Wags.
All right. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. We're going to talk about all those college games that you and I both missed on because I missed on a lot. But first, I mean, we got to talk about Texas. Wags and I were talking about on the goal line in the red zone, the problems they've been having. Arch mechanically did not look like a Manning. Miss guys. People are taking out on Sark play calling. Like, what happens in this game if Arch doesn't miss half of those throws?
Yeah.
Or if half of those missed throws are completions, I should say, So I don't know. But where do you want to start? I know you got to see the first half and not all the second half or whatnot, but what are your thoughts coming out of that one? Questions, concerns, etc.
Yeah, I expected the offensive line to maybe have some bumps and bruises. They actually played a lot better than I expected, even with the rotating door at left guard. I expected the wide receiver group to not look as skilled as it has in years past, just because I don't think they have a game breaker in that unit. What I did not expect was sloppiness on Arch's part, from footwork to arm angle to even making some poor decisions. I mean, on that last drive where he found Jack Endries down the left sideline, he had somebody, I don't remember who it was, wide open in the slot for probably a 15-yard bigger game. And,
That was like when when Nico ran out of bounds versus Arkansas and Fayetteville last year. The clock expired.
Yeah.
Nico Iamaleava.
Yeah. So it was a tough outing for Arch. There was a lot of warts in his game that I just did not expect. Is he injured? Does he have a shoulder injury? Because the arm angle stuff is blowing my mind. I've been watching him since he was a sophomore in high school. I've never seen him release like that. So
Exactly,
I'm
yeah.
confused where the arm angle stuff is coming from. And then the footwork, it was just so sloppy too. I mean, the footwork at times was like, it was taking so much pressure off his throws, or so much gas off his throws. It just didn't look right at any point in time for Arch.
Yeah, he wasn't generating like any power through his lower body on any of these throws. He wasn't stepping into them. Like, it was all arm. It was very strange and unorthodox for him. So, I mean, I told Wags, like, either the moment was too big for him or he's hurt and they've kept it quiet magically and no one's found out about this, which I struggle to believe. So, I mean, I don't know. But it's not great in the end zone. I mean, man, the 4th and 1. And then
that's a bad play call. Yeah. Sark has just lost his mind completely over the last 2 years when it comes to short yardage situations. He turns into like coughing baby. It's bad. I mean, the fourth and goal, the 4th and 1. I mean, it was just multiple times. I mean, hand it to C4. I mean, Cedric Baxter has enough juice to just plow through that goal line. He'll make the first guy miss, or at least he'll fall forward if it's only one guy tackling him down. I mean, that play easily, it was the turning point of the entire, or not turning point, but I think that's probably the one play you could point at and be like, that's why Texas lost.
Yeah, and I've seen some people be like, man, Jalen Gilbo needs to lose a starting job. Kobe Black needs to play. I might agree with some of that, but that touchdown play with Carnell Tate, I mean, Carnell Tate's going to play in the NFL. That is a day 2 pick, right? And it was a great play. Great players make great plays. There's a comment about that earlier. And, yeah, Gilbo, I don't think got his head turned around and didn't even locate the ball as it was coming in, and it went over his head, and it was a touchdown. That was a great play. You know, great players make great plays. That's what it is. And they had more of that than Texas did. I don't think that was anything scheme related. He just got beat. And at times, Gilbo won matchups. Malik Muhammad, I thought, was really good considering he had to guard Jeremiah Smith a lot. Yes, he got away with a lot of holding, but so does every defensive back in America. So, I don't know, man. The whole thing is just bad. And yes, this is a great callback, Bayless. He said, remember that 4th and 1 little quick pitch to Baxter from under center against Kansas in 2023? I think that's the last time a short yard play call worked beautifully for us. Yeah. But also, like, man, I'm thinking of not even in the goal line, but just in red zone. It feels like he's so scared to throw the ball. And I get it. Trust me, I understand it. But, like, do y'all know how many times they threw the ball to all 155 pounds of Xavier Worthy in college? Yeah. Whether it was whip routes, corner routes, in routes, return routes. Like, he was catching passes in the end zone when Texas started at the line of scrimmage within 10 yards of the end zone. Like, I'm not saying they have an Xavier Worthy lying around anymore or hanging around anymore, but, like, they have athletes and athlete types and body types that can win in the red zone consistently. Yeah. So the whole thing is just frustrating. I was saying earlier, like, look, I'll never really advise someone to call a 5-yard fade ball, but at this point, you got to fucking try it. You got to try something different than repeating the same thing over and over. What's the definition of insanity? So this whole thing just, I mean, like I said, it really couldn't have been they could have got blown out, obviously, but very, very disappointing outcome after, 7.5 months of hype and buzz build and all that. But yeah, and Connor's story, I will say, he did a lot better than I thought he would. A lot better.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and as far as that'll be really interesting to see going forward, Stroh and NATO, who's going to hold that down. It felt like like they did play pretty evenly. I can pull up the snap count and look at that, but yeah. And this is also nuts. Like Ohio State crossed 50-yard line twice, and I believe scored both times. And one thing that I think is really interesting, it feels like the offensive line didn't get enough push and consistently didn't get enough push. Do you know how many times they had a negative rush or a negative play?
My God. I wouldn't – too many to count.
Once.
Really?
Apparently it was only once when Arch got sacked for like a 1-yard loss and he was moving up in the pocket. So
interesting.
It's just, I don't know, man. It was such a boring game and just not fun at all to watch, to consume. But
I'll say this from a defensive standpoint, Grayson Littleton stepping up and showing that he's going to be a legit freshman. That was good to see. Ant Hill had some good pursuit moments. I expected maybe a little bit more, but he had some good pursuit moments. And then Cole Brevard, I mean, the defensive interior looked great, and that was kind of a concern I think I had coming into the year. So that was good to see. And then overall, I mean, I expected Manny Muhammad to maybe get exposed a couple times. I don't feel like he did at any point. It was really just Gilbo on the deep pass to Carnell Tate. They kept Jeremiah Smith in check. I mean, the defense played really well. And, 1 4th and goal decision, you're one play away from either pushing it into overtime or having a chance to win there late.
Yeah, and also, listen to this. Texas held Ohio State to 203 total yards, which is the fewest amount Ohio State has had in a regular season game since 2015, 10 years.
Yeah.
And Texas lost this game.
That's crazy.
Like, the defense did everything they could for them to be in that game, but, like it's week 1 versus Ohio State, the defending national champs. You can't run this 2024 Oklahoma Sooners thing where, you don't win unless the defense scores a touchdown somehow, It's not going to work. So, I don't know, but do want to move into some other games. We will for sure come back because we're Texas Sports Unfiltered and cover Texas. So if you want to keep talking about the Texas game in the chat, go ahead. Again, we will come back. Listen to this. There are 11 Power 4 versus Power 4 game, or there have been 11 Power 4 versus Power 4 games in 2025. You want to guess how many saw both teams score a touchdown in the first quarter?
Run that back.
There have only been 11 Power 4 versus Power 4 games in 2025. Do you want to guess how many of those games saw both teams score touchdowns in the first quarter?
1.
FSU and Bama.
Wow.
Miami Notre Dame is the 4th in which neither team found the end zone in the first quarter. Average of 7.5 points scored in first quarter combined.
Jeez. Yeah, are we contributing this to quarterback play right now in college football is probably the worst it's been in 20 years? Even further back, because I mean, I can't look at one quarterback right now across the league and be like, yeah, he is a bona fide dude. I mean, Nussmeier played really well. I'll give him that. Klubnik played like trash. Arch did not play well. Lenora Sellers had some moments on his legs, but overall did not play well. Tommy Castellanos played well, but I mean that Ty Simpson did not play well. I mean, there's a laundry list of guys you could point at, and even Henry Jennings threw a pick for SMU against Texas A&M Commerce. I mean, it was
Texas A&M,
East Texas A&M, whatever. It was just a bad weekend for quarterbacks.
I mean, I don't know if QB plays the worst it's been. We'd really have to do a deep dive in there. But if it is, the reason is because every single quarterback is in the portal at some point. It's hard for to learn. Like Jalen Milroe was the only quarterback selected in the draft last year who didn't transfer.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That is nuts.
But I mean, I don't know. I do think it was a mix of week 1 jitters, defense and offense just not showing up. Kind of what it is. I was going to say weather to some degree, but then realized the worst weather game, Bama, Florida State, was the only one that scored where both teams scored. But I don't know, man. It's It's nuts. Listen to this fun fact on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Since 2007, in games when Alabama is favored by at least 14 points, Nick Saban is 131-2. Kalen DeBoer is 4-4.
Ugh, that's so bad.
In games since 07 when Bama was favored by at least 14 points. Woof, Miami Notre Dame. You watched that one last night?
I caught bits and pieces, but overall was trying to finish my move.
Yeah, well, this guy over here with real life problems. Man, I watched that game. Had fun. Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, what the hell are you doing? Like, you have one of the best players in college football in Jeremiah Love. What are you doing? And people are like, oh, he's always hurt. He needs to be on a pitch count. Where it's like, okay, well, what's the point of playing your best player if he's on a pitch count every week? And it's like I didn't know this. Apparently, according to Notre Dame fans and Twitter comment sections, which will need to be fact checked, the most carries Love has ever had in a game is 17, which is crazy.
That is wild.
Like Charlie Strong had 4 times that with Deontay Foreman versus Kansas back in the day. Come on now. But just nuts. It's also, I'm not a fan of Notre Dame. My uncle is a humongous fan. Went there, loves him some touchdown Jesus, some Jaden Greathouse, all that, but very unlikable to me. I hate the NBC deal. Don't like the uniforms. Think they're all that. Brian Kelly is really what started all the hate for me when he was there, and it's Marcus Freeman. You inherited this, unfortunately. But, man, they do not have a quarterback. And, do you know how bad Kenny Minchie must be if it took until the week before the first game to announce C.J. Carr as the starter?
Yeah.
And also, all Notre Dame did to say why he didn't win the job or why he did win the job and Minchie didn't was because his downfield passing. They wanted more of a downfield passing attack. And they kind of sneaked this to Riley Leonard, who took him to the Natty at the same time in that press conference. Who was – the king of checkdowns last night? C.J. Carr. They ran checkdown, screens, all this other stuff. It was like a Quinn Ewers offense almost, except there's no – that they weren't getting yards after the catch because Notre Dame doesn't really have yards after the catch receivers. They have Jaden Greathouses who are possession receivers. That's what they are.
Well, you know what C.J. Carr – you know what his first name stands for?
Checkdown.
Checkdown juggernaut.
Yeah, it was just bad, and I was rubbing my hands together, hoping that they missed the playoffs because that team does not look like a team that – their defense is great, but not going to do much there. And I thought Carson Beck looked good. Won't lie, I am a hater of his. I haven't liked him going back to Georgia, still don't really, but shout out to him for – getting that win, getting a lot of Georgia fans off his back to some degree. Didn't throw any interceptions. How about that? Who could have saw that coming?
Not me. Not this guy.
Yeah, same. Receivers look great. Malachi Toney, the true freshman. How about that? He, for those curious, is supposed to be a senior in high school. He reclassed and is starting as a true freshman still.
And the catch from C.J. Daniels.
Yeah. C.J. Daniels is pretty good. I was like, wow, he's still playing football? Because you kind of forgot that he was at LSU at one point.
Yeah.
And even that he was at Liberty before that. But, Tony, I will say, yes, he reclassed, skipped a grade. He did it to the grade he was supposed to be in. He's not a 17-year-old like Ryan Williams. He's 18. But still, it's impressive. Josiah Trader, I thought we'd see more of him. He must be hurt or dinged up or something. Mark Fletcher, liked him. He made me some money. I bet the over on his total carries after I found out it was raining. Tried to do the same with Jeremiah Love, which is why I'm pissed off at Freeman and them for not giving him enough carries. But they're just feeding Jadarian Price. Like, seriously, what are they doing? So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. It is, curious to think, though. I saw this tweet, bookmarked it. Nick, I'm going to read these names to you that took over the same offseason or took over their programs the same offseason that Cristobal took over Miami. Lincoln Riley at USC, Brian Kelly at LSU, Billy Napier at Florida, and Brent Venables at Oklahoma. Where do you rank those 5? Where's Mario Cristobal as far as the turnarounds go?
I would put Cristobal, I'd probably put him 1 over those guys. I mean, Lincoln Riley hasn't done shit at USC. Brent Venables has only gone in the wrong direction. You could kind of say the same for Brian Kelly. Billy Napier hadn't done anything. I'd probably put Cristobal 1 because he at least has Miami ranked at the end of the season. I mean, before then, Miami, once you got to like week 7, you were like, all right, we can factor them out finally. We could finally quit gassing them up. They're 3-4. But Cristobal's probably done the best job, but that's like saying the tallest midget at this point. I mean, it has not been good for that group.
The tallest midget. Yeah. Yeah. The thing with Cristobal, he sit on a lot of alignment, and like you're always going to have success if you can build up that line. Obviously, former offensive line coach and Francis Mawanoa, longtime right tackle for them. The left tackle is this kid they found out of a Mississippi JUCO, who is probably going to only play 1 year there before becoming an NFL draft pick. And then they have Jackson Cantwell coming in, who is like the highest floor of all time for an O-line prospect. Shout out to Cristobal. I mean, this is the same guy who had Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams committed and going to Oregon before he took the Miami job. Yeah. Texas fans at Mario Cristobal, because if not, like Quinn Ewers might have been injured even more without a Kelvin Banks.
Or Arch would have started a lot earlier.
Good point. Good point. Mario Cristobal, the ultimate domino of the Texas Longhorns. But yeah, I thought that was nuts. So I don't know. And how about Bama, Florida State? Ty Simpson looking stinky as hell. Bama looking like, yeah. He needs to do the Billy Napier card, like, oh, I'm getting fired. Check out what this 5-star true freshman can do. You want him to leave? Because if you fire me, he's leaving.
He's coming with me wherever we go.
Yeah, he's got to use that. That's what he might seriously have to do that. I know his buyout $70 million.
$70 million. Yeah. No. I don't think they can move on him until after next year at the very earliest, without really having to pay Piper.
If we're thinking inflation and all this other stuff, cheaper deal than Jimbo Fisher's buyout of $67 million.
Yeah, not as much money though, tied up in that program.
Yeah, but man, it not looking great in Tuscaloosa. Caden Proctor, I mean, dude, did you get space jammed?
Yeah. So of all of the FBS offensive linemen that played this weekend, Caden Proctor gave up the most quarterback pressures. He gave up 6. I mean, geez. He went back to Iowa for a couple of weeks, and they took all his powers, and then he came back to Alabama with nothing.
Yeah. He got that bag, though. Ethan Burke, if you remember, sunned him his second ever college game. Florida State, shout out to Castellanos. I was praying on his downfall the entire summer. I was like, this cornball needs to just shut up. What are you doing? You're like, they're still Alabama. I know Saban isn't there, but relax, man. You're gonna get put on your ass. Boy, did he prove that wrong. I mean, holy cow. Gus Malzahn really outcoached Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
So I mean, I don't know. Bama's receivers, Ryan Williams had like 2 drops. I think caught 5 of the 10 passes he was throwing. Got his bell rung pretty bad. I don't think ever came back. Some other receivers, Jeremy Bernard looked pretty damn strong for them, but he looked like the only one that gave a shit. At running back, none of them got it done. The O-line didn't get it done. Jaden Roberts didn't play. He had a concussion. But man, like on defense, like you forget they have some of the names they have back there. You forget Damani Jackson even exists. Deontay Lawson, what happened? Tim Keenan, what happened? LT Overton, what happened? You're telling me this Florida State line, which is made up entirely of transfers, had them in a box the entire day in the rain. just bad. And I have no idea who Bama has next on the schedule, but it's going to get hard to get that stink off of the bar. They're going to have to go belt to ass, beat the shit out of Auburn, beat Georgia and Athens. Good luck. I'm trying to remember what other games they have. They play LSU in Tuscaloosa this year. They have Oklahoma in Tuscaloosa this year. And I can't remember the other
They have UL Monroe next week.
Yeah, that one's over.
So they have UL Monroe next week, Wisconsin at home, at Georgia, home against Vandy, at Mizzou, home against Tennessee, at South Carolina, home against LSU, home against Oklahoma, home against Eastern Illinois, and then at Auburn.
Oof. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Like, what does he have to do to not get fired? Be in the CFP? Or
make the playoff, probably. But that buyout is so big. I don't know how. Even if they do go 7-5 and shit the bed, I don't see them paying that.
Yeah, it's also like, man, I know it's early in the year, but who do you hire?
Exactly. Who would be his? Who would be his replacement? I have nobody to throw at you.
Yeah,
Jimbo Fisher.
Isn't the Alabama governor Tommy Tuberville?
No, he's just a state senator.
Okay. That would be funny. It's emergency. It's, they got to plant drugs on him or something, to get that buyout money back. Maybe they try the Auburn where they leak to the media that he's banging his secretary when he isn't, and they try to fire him for cause. I will say, what a play by Auburn to try to fire Brian Harsin by lying to the media about that. Saw a hilarious tweet from an Alabama burner called Harvey Updike, which shout out to him, shout out to you if you know that lore. And it's a fake screenshot of a text message. Where it's to Kalen DeBoer, and he says, "Have you used a University of Alabama credit card for hookers?" And fake Kalen DeBoer texts back, "Yes, lol." it says, "What the fuck?" And the tweet's adding the Alabama president, the AD, the athletics account, and the football account. Like, man, not good over there. But it's, I mean, the thing with Dabo at this point, he's going to stay at Clemson. And they bring a lot back. I never thought Dabo would be the guy that would take the job after Saban, because you're never supposed to take a job after someone like that. But they got to figure it out. They really got to figure it out. All right. Some other games I want to talk about. LSU Clemson. Nussmeier wasn't perfect by any means, but hey, probably another week where Garrett Nussmeier had more NFL throws than anyone else in college football. I've been saying that since last year. It looked like he did the same thing. Love me some Caden Durham action. I thought he was great. I was very surprised LSU's offensive line could get the push and be able to block the way they did versus Clemson. I mean, Clemson's strength is the receiver unit and that front seven, and didn't really have anything happen there. Bauer Sharp, I can't believe that guy is playing Power 4 football, especially after what happened at OU last year. The amount of plays that were schemed for him, it's like, man, Joe Sloan, you lost your fastball. Just throw pitches to Caden Durham at that point, like, seriously. And as far as Clemson goes, Klubnik, like you said, did not play well at all. Had some NFL throws, we'll say. He made some really good throws. Bryant Wesco's balling the hell out. TJ Moore looked good. They were hurt by that receiver missing time. I can't remember if he came back. 0 for them. But they're going to be all right. Thing is, they play like a JUCO schedule in the ACC, so they should be good. And by the time Clemson and South Carolina play at the end of the year, I think Klubnik can still be in that, potential QB1 discussion. He's got to bounce back, though, but he can do it.
There was a lot of impressive stuff from Nussmeier on Saturday, but his receiving core, he better have a good year with the receivers that he has to his advantage. Aaron Anderson, Barry, and Brown. I mean, those two guys alone, the speed that they carry, that offense, you better be ready to go when they start coming at you, because it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Barry and Brown looked really good. I mean, he probably loves not having to be the only offensive skill player the defense focuses on like that was the deal at Kentucky. And it's also crazy because, like, Aaron Anderson, Chris Hilton, Barry and Brown, but, like, they also got Nick Anderson, who barely played, came off the bench a lot. I think he's still, like, not 100%. But, man, that O-line was very surprised by that. If they can play up to that standard the rest of the year, they can win the SEC. LSU can. Harold Perkins, man, how about him? Cy Park's finest. I kind of was very down on him this entire offseason because it's just such a unique player at a position that doesn't really make sense. But it worked. He was great versus Clemson. Sat Klubnik on, I think it was that last play of the game or last play for Clemson or whatnot. And, I mean, hey, that's your boy. How about that? Oh, we lose Nick. He's been frozen.
Yeah, big time. That was great to see. I will say that. He at least had the quarterback pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch any of the Oklahoma game. Nick, you got to fix your Wi-Fi, my man. I didn't watch any of the Oklahoma game. Watch the A&M game. I guess he is fixing his Wi-Fi. The A&M game, though, Casey Concepcion, I mean, holy shit. I was not expecting that. I knew he was good. I'd seen him at NC State, but that was something else. All right, we're going to try him again. Frozen again. A little better now.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you. You lag visually a lot of the time.
New house, so figure out the strategy.
You're good. Casey Concepcion was great for A&M. Ruben Owens, Le'Veon Moss looked good. Amari Daniels, Marcel Reed doing some Marcel Reed shit, missing guys, making the wrong reads. You got to be careful. You get me on a bad day, I might say Arch Manning and Marcel Reed are starting to mimic each other. I mean, that's how Arch played versus Ohio State almost. But yeah, so I don't know. Wags brought a Mario Craver. He wasn't bad. Like Sebastian Bethel Roman. With Terry Bussey, it's still like, man, y'all are ruining this guy. We'll see. We will see. All right, gonna go back to some of these comments. Just go through them if we haven't talked about them yet. What do we have? This is a great one. I've seen people debating this on Twitter. It's kind of like politics with Texas fans where you tell them Quinn Ewers sucks. They want to put you on a cross. You tell them he's the greatest. They agree with you. Like it's hard to have a civil conversation of Arch Manning versus Quinn Ewers or vice versa. But as unbiased as you can be or whatnot, does Quinn Ewers win that game versus the Buckeyes on Saturday?
No, I don't believe so. The pressure would have got to him. I just refuse to believe that he would have been ready for that.
Yeah. It is, though. Like, it is a great question because, like, Ewers' bread and butter, especially his final year at Texas, was these in routes, out routes, easy RPOs that are basically checkdowns. It's 3 air yards. Like, and Arch was missing those. He was throwing them behind guys. So I think that's the main reason that's getting brought up. And this is something that is very interesting. Sark's 1-7 past 5 years against teams with equal talent. And I would say, or let me just list these teams. Went 1-1 versus Bama, obviously lost in Austin, beat them in Tuscaloosa. 0-2 versus Washington, the Alamo Bowl and the Sugar Bowl. And I will not say, like, Washington, yes, they had a really good group of older players, Michael Penix, Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, a few other guys, but like talent-wise, either looking at high school rankings or just top to bottom, Texas had more talent in both of those games. I fully believe that. Georgia, that's an even matchup. Ohio State's an even matchup. 0-2 versus Georgia last year, lost in Austin, lost in Atlanta at the SEC championship game, lost to Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl, and lost to them in Columbus. What are your thoughts? You know, everyone always talked about big game Ryan Day. He can never win the big one. He finally did. Everyone always says big game, you know, put in this coach until they do. Big game Dabo. He couldn't win the big one for a long time too. Now, big game James Franklin, I'll pump that one until he does anything. But
yeah.
What is kind of your concern level here for Steve Sarkisian, 1-7 versus these teams?
Yeah, I'm with you. The big game Sark, I think, is definitely a storyline. I mean, the only big win you can point at is that one in Tuscaloosa. Aside from that, I mean, man, even the Arizona State game last year, he tried to cough up, or the team tried to cough up, rather. The Arkansas game last year, the team tried to cough up. I mean, there's some concerns to point at, I think, but. You know, I think it was always blamed on Quinn, but, you know, maybe it's a Sark issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of that. There's definitely been stretches where Texas will go games in a row where they're leading double digits at half or in the third, and you get to 5 minutes left in the game, and the other team can drive and go down and tie the game with minutes left.
Yeah.
Like, I forget the other teams this happened to, but in what was the 2023 season, that TCU game, like Texas was up, I think 3 scores at one point, and it was either a 1 or 2 possession ball game at the end that they needed off a prayer to A.D. Mitchell where he made a great adjustment next to the sideline, and that was that. That was kind of early Josh Hoover, I think either his first or one of his first starts too. And they were getting close to losing a lot of those games, trying to give them away, and they'd win them, but eventually it's going to catch up to you. So, I mean, curious if we see that again. But it is interesting to think about, you know, with this and revisiting this at the end of the season. How are they going to do versus Georgia and Athens? Hard to feel good about that one after the game in Columbus on Saturday. How are they going to do in Gainesville versus Florida? And like the worst part about the loss to Ohio State is like Texas has San Jose State and then UTEP and then Sam Houston State, and then they go on a bye and play Florida in Gainesville.
Yeah.
Texas fans, like as far as my work life goes, my life at work, hell on the board for the next month. Because Texas doesn't give 3 shits if they beat any of the next 3 teams they play by 70. They don't care. And the bye is only going to exaggerate that. And if they don't beat Florida, ain't going to be fun.
Yeah. At all.
And, I mean, I don't know who Florida plays. I know they played Long Island. Don't know if they play Miami in Miami this year because they had Miami at home last year, week 1. But it makes you look at the rest of the year a lot differently after Saturday, you know, and not in a good way. What else do we have here? Tebow jump pass. Yeah, you're good.
I'm going to have to bounce from Jordan. Sorry. But we'll see you guys later this week. And, everyone stay good.
We'll see you. Well, Nick's got to go interview Steve Spurrier.
Way to out me. Speaking of Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, be like, hey, you want to double down on those Arch comments again? Man, that motherfucker. No, I'm playing. I don't even know what Spurrier sounds like. Probably not like that. But yeah. Well, hey, there goes Nick. I'm just going to run through Wags. I appreciate it. I'm just going to go solo these next few minutes and hit on these questions and stuff in the chat. Tebow jump pass. Would love to see it. You know, I assume, though, it's, you know, one of those plays you don't want to whip out week 1. You'll save those for the playoffs or a conference championship game or something when they least expect it. What else do we have here? Jake Bayless, I kind of feel like Sark's game plan was losing this game won't ruin our season, but losing the quarterback will. A win would be nice, but don't spend the season on week 1 just based on the limited play calling. Good point. Jake Bayless again said Jack Andrews and Grayson Littleton both got that dog in them, though, and Aussie punters are fucking nails. You love to see that. Yeah, I mean, my stepbrother hit me up, asked me, like, hey, what new players should I know for Texas this season? Because he's a Texas fan, but he doesn't really follow recruiting or the transfer portal, other things like that. So No, I sent him a list like Jack Andrews. These are the new starters on the O-line. These is, the entire interior D-line room is pretty much transfers. These are the freshmen that'll play. For Jack Baumeister, I literally said probably Texas's best player, not even joking. And he's a punter. I mean, he showed that on Saturday. 2 punts inside the 5. I mean, Michael Kern, very nice kid, very fun to cover, always responded. But the upgrade is night and day. Seriously, night and day. And I'm, again, not joking. He might actually be Texas's best player, Jack Baumeister. You love to see that if you're a Texas fan, having the special teams game, back in order. What other stuff do we have here? Just going through this real quick. Kavian Bryant. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Will and I are going to talk about that tomorrow. I should have a story on Bryant out later today. But I mean, man, he was amazing. Like, truly, I don't know about the best. I got to write down others, think of others. But I think easily is the top 3 like high school quarterback performance I've ever seen live and in person. I mean, he was 18 of 18 for 297 passing yards and 4 rushes for like 87 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. He had 4 passing touchdowns. That was the first half. The ball didn't hit the ground the entire first half. Again, 18 of 18 for 297 passing, 4 passing touchdowns, and like 4 for 87 on the ground with 2 rushing touchdowns. And I know it's 3A. Say what you want. But it's a man amongst boys out there. It's like watching Terry Bussey dominate 2A, where it's like, this is just unfair. But hey, great for content, great for yours truly, who has to get all that on video. With guys like Kaven, you have to record the whole game because they can make a highlight play at any time. Also love seeing his younger brother, 2029 receiver / safety, Caden Bryant. He already has a few offers, kind of the deal where, your brother's a top prospect for us. We're going to offer you too, to make your brother want to come here more, make him like us more. And then other schools do it. That's how Jeremiah Smith's younger brother, his 3 offers are Miami, Florida State, and Ohio State. Do the math there. But anyways, with Bryant, the younger brother, Caden, even if he wasn't Kavian's younger brother, he's still starting at receiver and safety for Westwood, and is still their best player, not named Kavian. Great prospect. He's going to play somewhere power 4 and probably a top 247 kid, or at least that's what it's supposed to look like as a freshman. So I like that a lot. What other stuff do we have here? Snap count. Hero Canoe, I did see that. I looked at PFF a little bit this morning. Led the Longhorns in snaps played on the interior D-line. Thought that was interesting. Didn't expect that, but hey, Sark probably wanted him in there knowing he was going balls to the wall every snap versus old team. What other stuff do we have here? Wow, didn't know that. Antoine said Manning's 170 yards is Texas's worst. Excuse me. Manning's 170 yards is Texas's worst passing performance since September of 2023. Yeah, this is true, CB. Besides the penalty, Leonga Lafau played pretty well. I thought he did great. Again, outside of the penalties, I mean, he was great. If he can play at that level of execution, that level of play for the rest of the season, he can leave and get drafted in April. He doesn't have to come back for your 4. Him and Anthony Hill could both leave. And that would be fascinating to see how Texas would respond back, because like Anthony Smith apparently was pushing Leonga Lafau for snaps in fall camp. Anthony Smith has to come back. After that, it's who would the other linebacker be? Not Jonathan Cunningham, maybe Bo Barnes. Tyler Atkinson's getting paid a lot, like a lot, to the point where he's playing no matter if he's ready or not. But could he start? It's a great question. Kosiak Paula, he is going to have to be spun up and taught a lot of the linebacker position. He's probably going to have to redshirt unless he plays a lot of special teams. And then you have Brad Spence. You can move him back to linebacker, but like physically is like he gets at the linebacker position off ball. He's not the most athletic. In fact, would probably be the slowest linebacker on the team, I assume, this year, if you look at him to off-ball backers. So that's part of it. Like, there's a reason he has been moved to edge. He's most impactful there. And if you go back to his time at Arkansas and his 2 years there, I'm almost positive he graded higher on the line of scrimmage with his hand in the dirt or in a 2-point stance than anywhere else, off-ball backer, Mike, Will, you name it. So it'll be very interesting to track Leon Lafau going forward the rest of this year because, again, I think he could get drafted in April if he plays like he did on Saturday the rest of the year. Yeah, that Ant Hill play wasn't great. I noticed this last night, CB. The kicker that Miami rolled out there was 4-11 in his career, and it's like, whoa, Bert Auburn couldn't beat out this cat? Not good. And the amount of Miami fans or people on Twitter that's like, man, Bert Auburn's a great kicker. How did this happen? It's like, oh, you do not remember. You do not remember last year. Not at all. All right. Sorry, I'm continuing to scroll. Yes, some more Texas high school football stuff. Westlake lost to Prosper. Hey, this might be the year for Lake Travis to go to state and lose to North Crowley by like 60. Someone's going to have to do it. North Shore's down. Westlake's down. Lake Travis up. They're up 31-0 on Arlington Martin in the second quarter. You know, and CJ Whaley, another example of Texas recruiting department. Like, what are y'all doing? How does this kid not have a Texas offer? Even if his dad wasn't who his dad is, and for those curious, his dad is Chris Whaley, rumbling, stumbling, bumbling over the bulldozer. That Chris Whaley. How does he not have an offer? I mean, it feels like Texas leaves so much meat on the bone recruiting the state of Texas every year. This never happens in Georgia with state of Georgia kids with UGA. There's never meat left on the bone. I know it's a bigger state, but you can't let things slip through the cracks. And it's not like they don't know this kid exists. They know who he is, but it's just some fascinating stuff by Texas's personnel, scouting, and overall recruiting department. Yeah, Jalen Hale playing with that big knee brace on his leg went in there once Ryan Williams got out. I'm a big fan of his. Yeah, it is crazy. Antoine brought this up. Chris Marshall and Jonte both caught touchdowns. May or may not have had some money on that Jonte touchdown, so happy he caught it. Yeah, Overton, he does think he's a first-round draft pick. He can be. The problem is he reclassed. He never should have reclassed. For every Ryan Williams and Malachi Tony reclass, there are 50 others that bust and don't work out. Quinn Ewers kind of an example of that. I wouldn't say he fully busted or didn't work out. He was still selected in the NFL draft. David Keith Williams, I will have this to you tomorrow. Will and I can go through this stats for in-state and out-of-state Texas commits. Literally working on the story to put on Horns 24/7 later today and have it about halfway done. We'll finish that up when I'm off. And yeah, I knew Dabo's a Bama alum. I just meant like it's going to take some time, I think, for him to want to take that job. We'll see. We will see. Urban Meyer in Tuscaloosa. That would be hilarious. Jake Bayless, I can't get with you on this. North Carolina winning by 30 tonight. I don't know. I will say what feels like the lock of the century on Prize Picks, Josh Hoover, his line for passing yards is like 297.5. Like, hammer the under. He's playing Bill Belichick. Did you see what Matt Patricia did to Arch Manning on Saturday? I think a similar thing will happen with Steve Belichick, Bill Belichick, and Josh Hoover. So, yeah. And if you can, if your sportsbook or whatever app you use has receptions for Eric McAllister, you probably want to use that one. But, sorry, scrolling through these real quick. Some other stuff. I know we got a lot of stuff here. But, yeah. Well, anyways, hey, we'll be back tomorrow. Gonna have some good stuff tomorrow on recruiting, high school football. It was a great week one in Texas high school football, and yeah. Up next, Third and Longhorns post game thoughts on Texas's loss to Ohio State. Chip and Zay going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. I will be back on the live stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central, along with Will Turboff. like I said, going to be talking more Texas high school football, Texas recruiting, and all things college football. Y'all tune in then. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate you. Jake Bayless, Dale G, JW Crunch, Jack Burton. We appreciate the support, CB, and all those on podcast platforms as well. Y'all have a good one today. Stay dry. It's a bit rainy up here in the Metroplex, but stay dry, stay blessed. And, hey, we're in the fall, September 1st.